Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, March the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys, you must have this on script. Okay, so obviously you can see my screen and you can hear me. So, and good morning, Real. So, take a look at AESE. I don't know if you saw the news this morning. It actually got halted for news. Kind of an interesting combination of the buyout. They can either take 100 million cash, they can take some Bally stock. Bally is the one looking to buy them out, or they can take a combination. So hasn't really moved. I mean, it did move this morning, but it's still just a little bit above yesterday's close. So kind of an interesting reaction or interesting terms. I'd be taking the cash. Anyway, other stuff happening. Of course, oil is still, the energy sector is still strong. That CDEV continues, CDEV continues higher. I will get this right. CDEV continues higher. It's had a great 2 days, now a third day continuation. Breakout, let's see, the next high looking left was 609. So, I mean, this has a shot. 643 is the next high looking left in that area. I don't know if that's going to really stall it that much. And then after that, we have 750. So, man, oh man. And maybe we have a little bit of a pop in the market. It's really early, of course. But, I mean, I'm not saying we do have a pop pre-market, but let's see if this holds. If we're going to have a bit of a rally day or if this is going to be short-lived and then we start to gap down again. CLPS is an earnings play. CLPS is an earnings play. And I almost took this one, on that 6 break, but it didn't hold it. But a lot of room. It is an earnings play. It's a low float, 4.7 million in the float. It is a China stock. A few days ago, looks like a couple of weeks ago, it did get all the way up to the insane $20 mark before it really piled down. MRO, again, energy sector, guys, MRO. That's a nice break here. Let's take a look left. 14, looks like around 14 is the area of resistance, so it's a little bit away from that. And that is MRO. It's a huge float. Don't expect it to be incredibly active. It's already up 8% though. XTLB is it's not an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play. Trying to see why I don't see any specific reason why this is up. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason. It's a very, very low float. 3.5 million in the float. So again, I always say this, anything can happen. Got to be careful on that low float. It's kind of holding. I mean, it gapped up to 834. But if we forget that, this whole area is kind of holding. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. SIFI, SIFI. Another gap up. Let's see, any news? Jumps on report of Blackstone buying a minority stake. So this is SIFI. I think this is an India stock, right? Yeah, India stock. Looks like there's pretty decent resistance in that 350, 360 area up to here. So it's not really a clean looking daily. And it's a big float, 122 million in the float. So hard to know what's going to happen once the market opens. So it's already up 26%. It did hit 376 in the pre-market. Now eyes is one that we've seen this many times. Nice little gap up in the pre-market. Just never seems to be able to hold it. 6.2 million in the float. So, excuse me. I mean, I'd love for this to work. FDA approval for retinal prosthesis system. So it does actually have some news, and it's another low float. Never seems to really hold the gap though. These are the ones I use, William. Gap up and gap down. These are the ones I use, and it has sound. I don't know if that's of any interest to you, but WTI, guys, this is from yesterday. for me, it was a bit of a disappointment because it just kind of hung in the area for a long time. This was I believe it was I want to say I thought it was an AI play, but I guess it wasn't. But anyway, look at WTI now. It was an earnings play. That's right. It was an earnings play. Of course, energy, and this has room. WTI has room. It's not a super low or high float. All right, so William, you know how to get those, right? Just go to my homepage and gap up and gap down, shared. That's what they're called. That's what I use. So for instance, JKS is ringing at me. It's text to voice, so just so you know. QS, guys, I know a lot of you follow this one, or some of you follow this one anyway, especially in these heady days. Imagine that, $133 way back here. Basically, now, wow, it is starting to run a little bit here. It's a big float, 124 million in the float. I just don't know what to make of it, really. I mean, it's got some room. If you look at the daily chart, the next high looking left is way up here at 57, but this is a big earnings play. Man, I remember seeing this one when it was a lot cheaper. FLGT. So big. Look at this. What a gap up on earnings. I mean, I remember now this also has had a big pullback from 188, but what an area for this to try to take out. I mean, this is at 112 right now. You can kind of see that if it can get over this 117 area, probably won't happen today, but if it gains some traction and starts to move back through this area, then it might attack. But of course, this is tech has been beaten up. This was beaten up along with most of the other stocks in the tech sector. And what did it do in the pre-market? Actually, so look at this. Sorry, this is after hours. So they released earnings after hours. It did actually get up to 120. So briefly, it did take this area out. This is 117. So I don't know. Keep an eye on it. It's a very low float. So for a $112 stock to have only 13 million in the float, I'll bet you the spread is it's an 80. I mean, it's not for a $112 stock. Yeah, it's an 85-cent spread, which is not. It's not great, but it's not ridiculous. EVFM. This is a gap down on earnings. Yes, just a little one, but it did gap down through the 200-day moving average. It looks like maybe there's some support around 2. It's 78 million in the float. I actually have AEI on thumbnail. Not sure why. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, there's some action with AEI. Look at the volume that just came in. Also, AEI. I noticed that. VET. I think VET is an earnings play. And of course, it is an energy earnings play. So, you know what? Keep an eye on this one because first of all, it's an earnings play, all right? Not a low float. In the right sector, the highs right there is 750 on that weekly chart. So look what could happen, guys. I mean, if it can maintain this 750, look what could happen. There's a massive void on top, and it's in the right sector. Okay, so I would definitely be keeping an eye on VET today as an earnings play. Yeah, bingo. Bingo is starting to. Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to know what's going to happen with these high flyers. Will they continue today? All depends, I think, on the overall market too. I see Alcoa AA is starting to move again. Alcoa. This is a earnings play. This is a more expensive one, GSX. It's a big gap down on earnings. Look at this, down 14%, $12 through the 200-day moving average. For those of you who like, the little more expensive stocks, I mean, check this out. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, so it's below that. And if you look left on the daily chart, I mean, in theory, I mean, it's got all the way down to here before we find some support for GSX. In MedX, yes, I'm not sure if I mentioned it. It's on my. I think I posted it. MedX. MedX is up. So this is an education stock. The other one, GSX, is an education stock. So this one is an education stock also. So it is not like the entire sector then is moving down. 280, I don't know. It looks like there's just too much resistance in this area, you know, from here to 3. If it can somehow crack through 3, then if you look left, this day back here, this is on February, this is about a month ago. It did get up to 426. NCLH, you're talking about NCLH. So you're talking about it. Just a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So you're asking what the announces the offering. Let's see if they actually. So 47.6 million shares. I don't see the price either real. Now you can ask me about Riot. I mean, I don't know. Is Bitcoin moving higher today? Yeah, I mean, it's all, I mean, somebody asked me in the YouTube room about Riot. Well, Riot, Mara, it's just a matter of, you got to follow Bitcoin, GBTC, so follow this. If it starts to move higher, then I'm assuming Riot and Mara will do the same. They're completely linked. Meanwhile, we have some, the energy. Well, this is the Brazilian. Oh man, it still doesn't look good. I mean, it's popping a little bit, but well, again, guys, look at that float. 770,000. That's what we have. 770,000 in the float. That is what our provider is telling us. I mean, it's ridiculously low. So I mean, look what can happen. 23 and drops, what, $9 just like that. Well, my only opinion on CDEV is, it's in the right sector. That's all I can say about it. We're talking the right sector, energy. It's been on a great. This is the third day. The high over here, is 609, so it's just a little bit above the high on that weekly. The next high looking left is 623. The next high is 643. If it can get through all this, then it has a shot to get to 780. But, all we can say about this one is that it's in the right sector, so that's always a good thing. But, obviously you're not going to ask me, well, should I buy it now? That'd be up to you. All right, 918. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything that might be kind of interesting. Wow, we have a few upgrades. We have hardly any downgrades. So let me just get some of them in. Alcoa on the move, guys. AA is on the move. William, you ask about that's my cap up. And I like that one, the text to speech, text to voice. So that's why I'm hearing AA right now in my ear. Some of the airlines, okay, is that Deutsche Bank? Deutsche Bank has upgraded a couple of airlines. And South American Airlines, actually, LTM and GOL. And Azul. So Deutsche Bank is upgrading some of the three South American airlines, or in the sector anyway. Yeah, I always have to repeat that, Alec or Demetrius, okay? Just because people listen to me, and I never want people to get the wrong idea that when I'm talking about a stock and I say, okay, this has a shot to get up to this area, I don't want people to misinterpret that in that I'm saying that that's what's going to happen, okay? I just have to be really careful. We have new traders. I just really have to be careful. Downgrades, guys, hardly any. Interesting. All right, we have, this is from briefing.com. I mean, I'm not saying that is the, I'm sure there's a bigger upgrade and downgrade list up there or out there somewhere, but that's from briefing.com this morning. All right, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, what time is it? 9:21. So you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating version. If you from the toolbar, if you click on new, and then channel bar, and then here I am. We have a new buzz. So we have a new channel, the buzz channel. Basically, those 75 stocks. And these are large cap stocks. Okay, I think they have to be over $1 billion. So this is an ETF that was launched yesterday, Buzz. And here's my watch list. Okay, and remember everything in here is a layout. So before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. I like to see things settle down a little bit. And that's kind of my style of trading also. Not really taking anything until at least 9:45. Well, the Buzz channel it's basically it looks at all. You remember how we used to have our stock twits? We got rid of it. Sorry, we used to monitor stock twits, and we got rid of that about a month ago. This is, in my opinion, a lot better. Now, it only looks at the 75 stocks in that are part of the Buzz ETF, but it looks at all forms of social media, okay? What is really being talked about, not just in stock twits. So, and it just launched yesterday. It was an ETF that launched yesterday. Okay, there. And so what happens is, I believe at the first of the month, they will take a look at the 75 that they've got, and they will remove some and add some. So it's, you can kind of take a look at that. It's gap up, gap down. So let me just show you, William. So these two, gap up shared and gap down shared, so that you'll have text to voice on both of these, okay? So the Buzz channel is an ETF that just launched yesterday. And if you really want to dive into it, just do a search on Dave Portnoy, okay? You'll find out a little bit more what Buzz is all about. So they track 75 high cap stocks, large cap stocks. I think they have to have at least $1 billion. And so it's an ETF based on those stocks, and it's all to do with social media. What is being really talked? What's the buzz? What's the buzz? Okay. And they took a look. I think what they do is they at the beginning of each month, what they'll do is they'll take a look at the 75 and they'll remove some and add some based on social media. Oh, you better not, better ask somebody else. Okay, this is the volatility, so you better ask somebody else on that to short the SPY. I mean, there are many. I know there's another ETF, many ETFs to short the SPY. Somebody else will have to help you. Okay, I don't want to steer you wrong. Yeah, Joseph, I don't make recommendations like that, okay? You're new to trading, so trading is not easy, you know, just let you know, okay? This is, you know, the fact that, I mean, VET is very interesting. It has earnings. It's right above this area here. 750, you can see it's right, if you look left on a weekly chart, you can see that's the high. If it can maintain this gap and start to move, I mean, it's got a shot, you know, to start getting into this area. But, you know, I cannot make a recommendation to buy it. You know, it's just, I'm not a financial advisor. If you read the disclaimer when you come into the room, you know, these are just ideas and you have to make up your own mind. I mean, I do. And typically I'll wait at least 15 minutes for the market to, you know, maybe settle down a little bit. If this starts to run immediately and it keeps going and it's within 15 minutes, so be it. You know, but I typically do not chase anything in the first 15 minutes. Well, you're starting, you're starting at the right age, Joseph. Okay, GPS, guys, the gap. So this is also an earnings play. Remember what happened to American Eagle yesterday? It also gapped up on earnings. GPS, so the gap is actually moving up on earnings. And American Eagle did the same thing, and then it faded with the rest of the market. So, but you can see again, you know, if the SPY can be positive today, then, you know, we might have some of these run. The high right there is 26.99 looking left. That's for GPS. Okay, and let's see. Ooh, 9:28. Almost ready to get started here. So what I'm going to do is just take these down. Okay, and I figured out now how to use the simulator today. So good to go right from the beginning. And as again, I'll be really following the gap continuation or reverse. All right, everybody, we have 40 seconds before the market opens. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Okay, Andy, yeah, very quickly. Andy at, I've got it in caps, it doesn't matter. Ah. Okay. It doesn't matter. I happen to have it in caps, that's all. Doesn't matter. You don't have to have it in caps. I mean, does it have volume? Doesn't have a lot of volume yet. You know, only 167,000 shares, and a pretty big float also. So, but you know, I'll just wait. I'm just going to wait to see if the volume picks up. I mean, it's already picking up. Just 100,000 shares just came in. I mean, this will trade 1 million shares easily by the end of the day. But look what happened. Look what happened. So that's why you wait, guys. It's not on my screen. You have to load it. One of the ones you have to load it, okay? Just go to my home page. Click on my home page tab right there. And then go to the scan section. And it's right here. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay. All right, our favorite little stock, GME. I'm just watching it. See if it has that crazy action it had yesterday afternoon, late. Yeah, now understand. I'm not picking them out, Gagan. Okay, I'm just we're just talking about the ones that were active in the pre-market. Yeah, and look, and there's an offer. I don't know if it's unsolicited, but they received a buyout offer from Bally. Yep. Either all cash, 100 million in cash, or a combination of stock, or all stock. Okay, guys, look at GPS. Gap up and go. Gap up and go. GPS. But it's early. It is early. Yeah, it's on another monitor, my trader. Okay, I have 3 monitors, so it is on another one. Look at space, guys. Space is, this is looking pretty weak. SPCE. Again, this is early. This is early. So this is a gap up and go, and a GPS. It is continuing to move higher. And we just have a halt. Is it on the way up or down? Look at this. So this is halted on the way down. AEI. I'd love to know. I mean, 770,000 in the float. I mean, whatever that number is. I mean, that's what our provider is giving us. But all right, guys, let's see. I'm just looking at some of the EVFM gap down and go. So this is a gap down and continue down. So this is this shortable? It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but let's take a look at where the support could be. The support looks like it could be around $2 for EVFM. So I don't know, maybe not enough room down. It's an earnings play. Got hit hard after hours, released earnings after hours. That's that mauve area right here. Okay, so our float is for AEI is looks like it's the same, 770,000. Okay, that's ridiculously low, you know, for a stock that goes up to $23. All right, so this was a gap. This is a gap up and reverse. So look at WTRH. This is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Pretty great reaction. But the market, oh, here's the pre-market. So, quite a bit below the after hours action. And now it's starting to drift down. So this is a gap up and go, SM, an energy play. SM, let's see, what sort of resistances are near term? Well, I mean, about $1 away, 1960 in that monthly, but what's the float? 111 million in the float. So again, the energy stocks are the sector today. I just looking at my spider sector list. We have XOP in the top, OIH, XLE's down here, but now the market, what's going to happen here? We have a red bar forming. So Kroger, I had Kroger on price alert. This is an earnings play from yesterday. It did pretty well at the beginning and it sold off with the rest of the market. But look at Kroger now, KR. It's above, it's right at yesterday's high. And look at the potential fill for KR. Yeah, I mean, look at the action in the first. Well, this is pre-market, but up to 370, down to 328 for SIFI. Yeah, look at this, guys. Look at this big red bar forming, ominous. Also, wow. Anybody was following this one, it's sort of out of the price range that I like to trade, but look at this one. I mean, it's still up 15%, but after hours it hit 119. It is now down below 100. Look at that first candle. This is an earnings play. I mean, it's still up a lot, but really giving it up. FLGT, sort of continuation on the overall trend in tech, I guess. How are the Qs doing? Space continues down. Where's that 200-day moving average? So it's still a little bit above the 200-day. It's about $3 above, about $3.30 above the 200-day moving average for space. All right, so this was a gap down in reverse. Of course, super active stock, SLGG. I think a lot of people thought that this was going to be the one that might get bought. But anyway, so guys, you're on your own. You want to trade this GME, you're on your own. All right, gap down and go. So NCLH is now really starting to gap down. It took out 30. I think really you might have been waiting for that 30 break. If we look left on the daily chart, the next low is 29.52, so it's almost right there. And then the next low after that is around 28.11, so around 28. So this is I don't know if you took that one real on the 30 break. I know you were talking about it pre-market. All right, here's one that is reversing. Come on. Ugh. Well, guys, the trade of the week was spectacular for a day and a half. Okay. The trigger was 22. It got up to 26, but like most of the other tech stocks, it could not hold. Now, I'm afraid to look at CCIV. When you say, oh my, yeah, oh my. Could have been the other way, but I'm not saying. There's Kroger, guys. So Kroger is pretty strong. An earnings play from yesterday, KR, mentioning that it took out that area right here. And it's got a lot of room. Look left. Look left on that daily chart. I mean, the next high looking left is 36.58, and then we have up here, and then we have way up here at 43. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, Joseph, it's a pretty basic question. I mean, without volume, there's nothing happening then in a stock. You need volume. You want to trade a stock, certainly intraday. You need volume. Otherwise, you buy something with no volume, you'll never be able to get out. So that's what we're always looking at. We're always looking at, for intraday trading anyway, we're looking at stocks with a lot of not just absolute volume, but what we call our relative volume, which for instance, here, Kroger is trading 2.4 times normal up to this point of the day, as an example. Energy, guys, again, SSL. This is from yesterday also. SSL, another breakout. Well, CPE is an energy play, so, it's got still. What's the high right there? So the high right now is 37.11. You just have to keep looking left, okay? I mean, I don't mind offering my opinions, but just start getting used to looking left, and seeing how much more room it has. Obviously, CPE is in a strong sector. Will it keep moving? I mean, I don't know. But, just keep looking left on these higher time frames. You don't think there's too much resistance real on the daily chart? Right around that 250 level for eyes. I mean, of course, it could explode because of the low float. All right, guys, so nothing will... Sorry, nothing will happen in these two windows until 9:45. I'm not saying you may not get anything right at 9:45, but there is a delay. AMST was halted, and now it is just resuming. Very low volume, though, AMST. All right, haven't looked at VET. How is VET doing? Yeah, okay. I mean, and you see, remember the volume was very light to start. I said this will trade easily $1 million today. Well, it's going to shatter $1 million, of course. So again, look left. Look at all the room it's got. Well, I mean, the market's up, so I mean, there are a lot of things that are moving, a lot of sectors that are moving. So because the market is up, you know, if you're a Trader Idea subscriber, I mean, I'm sharing this spider sector list. Okay, so you can take a look at the sectors that are moving, and that's from my homepage, Randy. Okay, so I'm just going to pop that link into the YouTube room. So I mean, that's what if you want to follow the sectors, that's what I do. I've got this on another monitor. I'm always following the sectors. Okay, next area down here for NCLH. I mean, the next lows are 28, so it's about $1 away from the next lows. Oh, I'm missing the boat on this one, guys. Yes, I just thumped my desk. WTI, missing the boat badly on this one. Well, Bruce, you know how to go to my homepage, right? Just it's called Spider Sector List. You know, click on Bruce my homepage right there, and when you do that, then click on the scan section, and right there, Spider Sector List. And you know what? Save my link. You know, save this link. That right there. You know, you save it somewhere. Then you can always check to see the scans that I've got. No, my trader, I'm not going to do that. The reason I'm not going to do that, and you know, I understand why. People will ask for my scans all day long, so I make you guys do a little bit of work. You have to, you know, go to my home page, and when you click on my home page, you know, this is what you'll see, and just go to the scan section, okay? Otherwise, I'd be putting in links all day long for all the different types of scans that I talk about. So make you guys do a little bit of work. You click there, and here it is, okay? Yeah, there it is, the gap down, and go. Nice spot in the pre-market reel for this one, NCLH. Did anybody find out exactly what the financing is at? I know we have the number of shares. Yeah, doesn't look good, guys. I mean, NAS now, again, poor tech is just still getting hit. Tech, I mean, it's basically flat right now. Dow, SPY's up a little. Dow is up. Tech is down, but look, ominous. Look at those two opening 15-minute SPY candles. You know, after a little bit of optimism right here, we're starting to trend down. $30, okay. Just make sure when you open a single stock window, make sure use symbol linking is checked. Okay, Cordelia? Just make sure use symbol linking, and so if you right click on the window and where it says use symbol linking, make sure you check it. I think that's the default, but maybe it isn't. Boy, this was another nice one to short. This space coming into that 200-day, getting closer and closer. See, I just feel like I've missed the boat on this one. I know it's in the options play too. So 438 was the trigger. Well, you can have as many single stock windows as you want open, okay? But you can't, if you're asking, can I have a single stock window that then is just tied to a couple of charts and another single stock window that is tied to a couple of other charts? No. We only have two options with our charting. You either, if you right click on the chart, properties, you either have symbol linking or you don't, okay? So it's not like I can take these two and attach them to a single stock window, these two, attach them to another one. All right, well now we're getting into this area down here for NCLH, that couple of lows, 28.28 or so. So it still has a little bit of room. Well, it's from my options play, right there. Okay, and also here. So let me just see something here. Yeah, so it didn't trigger until 9:45 here. Remember, we have to have a certain number of option volume today, so it's trading eight times normal. Something's gone wrong here. Or did I not? The only thing I can think of. Yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't take that trade in auto trade motion fashion, the WTI. It couldn't have been outside 15 cents, which is my limit. All right, well, now look at this. So it's even below those two, in theory, a little bit of support areas, just a little bit below. Look at this, guys. Two ominous red candles down the SPY, 15-minute candles, straight down. Market selling off. Tech is negative. Dow is still up a little bit. SPY is barely positive. It's going to kill me, this WTI. Now, 9:45. The reason why it didn't show up here because I do have a delay. I put a purpose. I delay everything until at least 9:45 in this window. You know, you would have seen it earlier here. So 438, 463 now. Pretty good. Boy, space and NCLH, the two they just rock, they just really move down. Well, I never look at 1 minute. The lowest I've got is 2 minutes, but I really pay attention to the 5 and the 15 more. But, you know, that's just me. Doesn't mean you have to follow suit. And also, of course, because I'm a momentum trader, I'm always looking at the higher time frames, daily, weekly, and monthly, because you know if a stock makes a new, everything I'm seeing is a stock making a new low or a new high generally. So I'm then looking at these time frames to see, okay, where could it keep going to without encountering resistance? Just to let things settle down a little bit, Brandon, okay? You know, you don't have to, I mean, in this window, it's the same watch list that I'm looking at. You'll get the alerts right off the bat. But I like to see things settle down just a little bit. In the first 15 minutes, you know, things can go up and down, up and down, up and down. I will miss the ones that keep moving in the direction, you know, and they don't really stop. But, you know, that's just the way I trade. All right, it's a little one. AQMS. This is another little one that is a gap up and reverse. We're going to see quite a few gap up and reverses. You know, right here. The reason why, because the market gapped up. You know, pre-market. So a lot of stocks were trading higher, but now they're reversing with the SPY moving down. And then we have the ones, of course, that gap down and go. These are the ones that you know gap down, and then they keep going down. Remember what the gap means, guys. The first print of the day. So it's always in relation to the close of yesterday. There's another one that you know the gap. Well, this is the gap down and kept going down. Little flurry at the beginning for SLGG. I mean, this has been super active. But what I see here looks like 6 could hold it. There's the low yesterday. You know, right around 6. That's the low. If it takes out 6, look out below. Okay, for SLGG. Kroger is still kind of strong. KR is still kind of strong. You know, I mean, it's still got a lot of room. It was an earnings play yesterday. You know, you might want to stick a price alert around 34.89, which is the high, and see if it takes that out. Well, just like that. You know, if it takes out 35 again, I mean, look at the room. Yeah, so Mr. Keith would actually don't talk about how much money we make in the room, okay? You know, how many shares we take or how much money we make. Okay, so this one is certainly looks like it's trading on its own. Wow, wow, no volume though. That's okay. Yeah, it's okay. You know, don't take offense. We have very not too many rules in the room, but that's one of them. Obviously, we don't pump stocks, and we just don't talk about how much money we make and how many shares we take, etc. The what we really like to see from the people in the room is if you're going to take it, if you're going to take something, you know, let us know right away, and so we can all take a look to see what you're looking at, as opposed to after the fact saying, "Hey, I made $1,000 on this trade," because it really doesn't help anybody. Just all you have to do is right click, properties, actions. Somebody didn't want to hear the sounds, and then uncheck the play sound, okay? So again, right click on the window, properties, actions, and uncheck the play sound, and then say okay if you don't want to hear it. Oh yeah, there were a lot of alerts, but you know it's a lot of repetitive though. Of course, you could put this on don't repeat. You know, you could right click and don't repeat for the day, and then you could just see them. I don't mind because you know this is sort of I'm using this in a bit of a different way. Okay, guys, SLGG continues down. Let's see if it can hold yesterday's low. If it doesn't, I mean, well, I mean, it's really got nothing to support it. Oh yeah, I mean, look, the risk of inflation and all that. Inflation, which you know most of you have never even heard of, depending how long you've been in the market. What is inflation? SWBI actually had a downgrade this morning. I noticed SWBI had a down. Yeah, well there it goes. That downgrade looks like it's working. And it's actually, I didn't even realize it. It's actually an earnings play too. So it's an earnings play. Well, guys, only one alert. Only one alert from the option play, but it's pretty good. 438 up to 470 now. That's a great percentage move. Again, SSL is continuing. So again, the theme today, just like the theme for the last almost couple of weeks now, is energy, energy, energy. You know, look at this, guys. I mean, look at the gap up and go. So we have EQNR, SSL, NOV. These are all energy plays. And of course, WTI is an energy play. It's very possible, Bob. Yes, it's very possible. So this is interesting. Okay, so you know the AI shorted this one. This was a short alert, but it's you know it's in this sector. So I mean it worked for a while. It was a great move off the short, but it is coming back now. So if you took this one from the AI, you know be aware. I mean it's in a very strong sector. My options window is on my homepage. Yes, Chris. Only one alert right there. But great alert. Had earnings yesterday. Doesn't look at the sector. What a collapse for FLGT. I'm sure some of you, William or Zach, I know you guys like the more expensive. Look at this. Look at this. $114, $91. I mean, it's still up 7%, but man, what a collapse. I hope you guys can hear my able-bodied assistant, my little four-legged assistant, running out to greet me. And this one just keeps going down. I wonder if this is, I can't believe it's still shortable. And Interactive Brokers, I would have thought they might put the big do not. This is going, you know, they basically have filed for bankruptcy, WPG. What a move it had yesterday. Okay. WTI did not have earnings, or FLGT. Well, let's take a look. Maybe I read this wrong. March 4th. Post-market. Well, it sure looks like earnings to me. You know, because usually when you see a reaction like that after this is after hours yesterday, when you see a reaction like that, I mean it's based on something. Usually, I mean it could have had news, I suppose, but usually that's an earnings. I mean, obviously our provider is not infallible, but when I see that, I'm thinking, well, it probably did have earnings. Yeah, it says Fulgent's big quarter. You need a premium service to auto trade anything, yes. Speaking of which, I don't know why it did not take. What time is it? 10:11. I don't know why it didn't take that WTI here. It is concerning me. I have it on. And I removed the entry time. I went back to 9:30, so it should have taken it. I don't understand why it didn't take it. And I 15-cent offset. It couldn't have gone 15 cents, I doubt. So I guess maybe it did. Yeah, there's nothing here. I'm in sim mode. Oh well, we'll see what happens. See if I get another one. It's just a personal preference, Demetrius. Listen, there are people out there that love the OTC market. They'll trade sub penny stocks, stocks that are under a penny. That trades in billions of shares a day. It's just not my mental style. How's that, if you will? I just find that I like to take things at least over $1. But there are people that make a living just trading stocks that are really, really super cheap stocks. I have to pick. I have a certain trading style, and I tend to stick with it. And I have a trading range I like. That doesn't make it right. It's on my homepage, Randy. It is definitely on my homepage. Well, okay. I just so you know, okay. I see maybe the gap continuation or reverse. That's what it is. It's a multi-strategy window. One of the strategies, if you will, one of the alert windows. See, I've got four of them in here: gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. Okay, so it's the multi-strategy window. It's called gap continuation or reverse, and then I'll have these in here. Okay. Now, if you want, you can always break out each one of these strategies if you want. You just hover over it and open the alert window if you don't want to see the other ones. Okay, does that make sense? I should have explained that better. But just like yesterday, you know, I've got these color coded. So when you look at gap up and go, there's a green color right there. Gap down and reverse is a light blue. So for me, light blue, blues and greens are stocks making new highs. Yellows and oranges are stocks making new lows, as I haven't coordinated here, color coordinated here. Do you see any? Do you see any? And at the beginning of the day, we saw some green ones. Okay, but look lately. Do you see anything like that? Nope. And why? Look at the market. Okay, what is this one? Nik West. N-I-K. Not a lot of volume. Hmm. Here's another one. ALT. ALT. Look left. Yesterday's low was what? 1222. Takes that out. What happens? 1222, 1127. Eyes for a short, right? All right, guys, let's see. Kroger is still interesting. KR is still interesting. It's not quite over 35. It did pop above 35. I mean, it depends what the market does, but I mean, this could turn into, a multi-day trade if it gets over that 35. Earnings are already in effect from yesterday. Reaction was pretty good. Certainly did not drop like the rest of the market. Having fun, guys, having fun. Yeah, I have no advice on trailing stops, getting stopped. I don't really use them, so I have no advice. Somebody else in the room might want to. Wow, look at WTI now. My big miss. So let's take a look at what happened in my watch list. Okay, so eyes 255. So it got up to what? It pulled back a little bit, and then it got all the way up to 3. So that was pretty good. 1327 for MRO. What did it do after? Not much. And then of course the shouldn't even talk about this anymore. 438 up to 491, and I bet you CPE. Usually I don't have stocks over 20 in this. CPE 3750. That's not terrible. We'll see what happens later. Oh, WPG probably going to zero. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, this alt, guys, I mean, look at the low yesterday, 1222, very, very close. Market is boom, WTI. Will it take out 5? So if you look left, the next high is right here, 511 and 540 on the weekly chart. LFMD, this is sort of interesting. So there's the low. No, I'm sorry, wrong stock. SLGG, guys, is looking weaker and weaker. It's now below yesterday's low. Well, I'm eyeballing all the time, understanding that I don't have very many trades open at the same time. So, you know, usually I don't have any more than 2 open at the same time. So I'm always, I've got them thumbnailed. Charts are thumbnailed. I'm watching the action. I'm watching what the market's doing. So I mean, I'm able to pay. If I had 10 stocks open or 10 trades open at the same time, I'd have to obviously change that. But here's another one, guys. Look at this one, MCRB. What's the low yesterday? Is 1998? Is that right? No, 1674. Watch for a 1674 break for MCRB. I mean, there's no. Is it short of it for me? Yes, it is. I mean, look at this. If it broke that, look underneath for MCRB. So hallelujah, guys. One moment. Okay, sorry, I was just distracted there for a second here. So MCRB 1674. I mean, I have to stick an alert just underneath that. I'm going to put an alert at 1670 and see if it takes that out. I mean, because look underneath. I mean, look at the monthly chart. Look at the weekly chart. Well, if you're asking me, okay, I don't know if you're asking somebody else or me. I have no opinion on the trailing stop percentage or dollars. Okay, I can't really offer an opinion because I don't use it. Well, guys, that's an excellent alert from the AI, LPI. Even though it was an energy play, the short was at 37.50 down to 35.38 right now. Yeah, well, we're going to go over that, in a little bit. I mean, 10:26 right now. I'm just going to start my spiel pretty soon. But, we talk a little bit about risk management, having a manageable risk amount per trade so that if the trade doesn't work, you're going to get out for a manageable loss. Yeah, about the same price. 438. Yeah, option. I mean, there's only one. There's only one. But what an alert! I mean, on a percentage basis, that's awesome. All right, guys. Listen, I'm going to start my spiel right now. What was the one that I wanted to keep an eye on? MCRB. MCRB. All right, guys, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I'm live on the mic. I'm going to paste my homepage into the YouTube, in our YouTube room. Just a minute, please. Okay. All right, so if you can find my homepage tab in this trading room right here, the main trading room, find my homepage tab. It says Barry's homepage. You click on that, and this is what you'll see. And you should be able to find it. I think if you just scroll up above all the posts, you'll see it. So, first thing is you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here, Barry 4 Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas will cost. We have 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. So let's take a look at the annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between standard and premium is the AI, and I'm going to go over that. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people would like to have access to our AI. Only one alert today, but it's a good one. 37.50 to short. Up 6.5% right now as we speak. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You go month to month if that's more your style. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? Please listen carefully. First month only. We get a lot of emails saying, hey, how come I'm being charged full rate the second month? Well, that's just the way it is. If we were going to offer a 15% discount on month to month, why would anybody take out an annual? So those are the subscriptions. Trade of the week was great for a day and a half this week. VUZI, V-U-Z-I, the trigger was around 20, got up to 26, and then it collapsed with the rest of the tech market. But it's a free service. It'll be delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There's a good chance it'll be cash next week. I don't know if Steve is going to have anything he wants to pick going long, but we'll see. I do a recap. You can sign up for it right here. All the scans I'm sharing, okay? Every scan that I'm sharing, including I'm sharing my layout that you see on the screen. And this is the gap continuation or reverse. It has the 4 strategies in it. The gap and go down, and the reversals, okay? So it has 4 strategies in it. But but a lot of other, this is what I use in the pre-market. So if you're interested, gap up shared, gap down shared, pre-market, actives up and down, okay? That's what I use in the pre-market. And education, a lot of education links right here. If you click here, the 20 lessons in 20 days, when you click on that, well, you know what, I always like to put that one on its own. I think it's very important if you're brand new to Trade Ideas to take a look at that. Okay, so when you click on that 20 short lessons, this is what you're going to see. Take the lessons. And again, if you're starting out with Trade Ideas, please spend the time to look at this. You know, it goes over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. And what is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them, on and on and on. It's all text-based. It won't take you 20 days. So please, and if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also click on the link just to see what we have to offer. Daily support session. So we have a YouTube. I also monitor a YouTube room at the same time as this main trading room. I do take a break around noon. And so one of the other traders takes over and monitors and it's more of a Q&A session from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. So I'll put that link in before I take my break if you want to head over there. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos are here, and trading ebooks are here. So a lot of information from my homepage. You know, what I would do is, why not just, when you go to my homepage, you'll see the link. You can save the link so you can take a look at everything later on at your leisure, okay? Okay, now I'm going to go over what the AI is all about, and also just in general what Trade Ideas is all about. Let me size this over here. There we go. All right, so first and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. That's what we are. We are a scanner. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, you can use Trade Ideas. Just want to emphasize that because we get the question all the time. And I know I repeat this every day, but it's just worth repeating. I think people get confused, that, well, if I have this broker, can I use Trade Ideas? Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's a scanner. So what you see here is just a scan that I have built. Very simple. And I'm sharing this one. Here's a price range I'm looking at, 1 in 20, 400,000 shares minimum, etc., etc. These are the filters that I've used. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So you can see right off the bat, not too many stocks that made a new high with those filters intact, but quite a few are making the new low list. Okay, so it's a real-time situation. And when you create your alert windows, that's what an alert window does. It gives you a real-time alert. Now, you don't have to learn a programming. Wow, guys. Oh my goodness. Is it possible? Okay, you don't have to be a programmer to use our program. What we did is we created many alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. And when you come to this, get to these icons, these are the filters. So I feel that, for 99% of you, we have enough alerts and filters that you can combine them in a way to get the sort of looks that you like to see. Okay, so you don't have to learn a programming language, Trade Ideas. Well, guys, it's hard for me not to keep a look at, obviously, if you know how I trade, even every time I keep putting price alerts, things like that. So where is this going? Who knows? And then we're talking GME. There's the high a few days ago. All right, I do want to go over what the AI is all about. We have, I think we're up to 675 baseline strategies. And what that means, so what happens is once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those strategies. That's what happened last night. These are the strategies that made the cut out of the 75. Why they made the cut? Well, they had the right profit factor, win percentage combination. I'm just going to throw this out there. Who cares why they made the cut? These are the ones that made the cut. And all I do, and what I would recommend that you do, is that from our toolbar, you click on File, you click on New from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This will be the window that you'll see, okay? And there are no alerts before 9:30, okay? The earliest alert you'll get is 9:35. Notice there was just one alert today, but it's a doozy, 37.50 on the short, 34.47 right here. 8% gain so far, okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. It's a real-time entry, and you have a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trade. You don't have to take the trade right away. You want to watch how it trades a bit, you can do that. These are not designed just to make a couple of pennies, so don't get too hung up on you get an entry at 37.50 and now it's 37.40 before I can get in. Don't get hung up like that. And what I would do is I would incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning. Just incorporate this window as part of your layout. When you load trade ideas before the market opens, it will be blank. And then, as I say, we don't know how many alerts are going to happen on a daily basis. Even though these strategies here made the cut, none of them have produced anything because, there are a lot of filters in place in all of these strategies. And then there's a trigger and no stock has met any of the filter requirements nor the trigger. Oh, just some breaks, high of the day breaks. But again, I'm not gonna talk about trading GME. It's a wild and woolly one, and it's up to you. You guys want to trade it? Okay, now I want to talk about this window. Wow. This is getting serious now, guys. Okay, so I want to talk about this window that you see here that we call Brokerage Plus. So what I'm going to talk about right now is you have to have the downloadable application to use Brokerage Plus, and you cannot be using the web-based version to use Brokerage Plus, okay? So I just want to show you. I'm going to put a link in, and it's a video. So, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. The video will explain how. Once you watch the video, then you would click on Live, and that'll connect you to your Interactive Brokers account. Why would you want to do that? Well, it's I always use the term, it's more aesthetically pleasing, I think, to use this window instead of your Interactive Brokers account. Nothing wrong with trading from within IB, but this is, a little bit nicer to look at. But again, if that were the only reason, it wouldn't be worth it. But what you can do are things like this. Let's just say you click on an alert and you like what you see. Look at highs. Yeah, wow. Great alert, 255. up to $4. You click on an alert, you like what you see, you check the charts, you say, yep, I want to trade it. You go back to eyes, you right click on it, and you hover over trade, and you notice these buying and shorting options appear. And how did they appear? Well, I created them. I watched that video, believe it or not. So I created these, and you can do the same thing. This is what we call one-click trading. When you do this, you just click on how you want to trade it. Okay? So that's obviously a pretty interesting way how you can use Brokerage Plus with your Interactive Brokers account to do all this. Set up ahead of time how you want to trade. You just click on it, and that's how you trade it. These are hotkeys. You can flatten to get out of a position, get out of half your position, or you can double your position. Give me a moment, please. Now, that's how you can use an Interactive Brokers account, and we're hoping to add, and don't ask me when, I think we're getting closer and closer to being able to add E-Trade to the mix. So you'll be able to trade E-Trade also using this Brokers Plus window. Don't ask me when. TD Ameritrade is way down. There were some major issues we had, so I have no idea when or if that's ever going to be fixed. But E-Trade is coming along. Now, here's the other major reason of using this. If you're new to trading, you can practice trading using our simulator. Okay, I can't emphasize that more. If you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. And you basically just click on Sim, and here's how it works. You click on an alert, you notice how the symbol shows up. You can pick the price you want to get in at, and then if you want to go long, you buy. You want to practice? I know a lot of you are not, you might be familiar with the term shorting, but you just feel very reluctant to do it. Well, you can practice. Just hit that big sell button, and then you'll be short. So let's just do a trade, okay? And let me show you what you can do. So let's just say you wanted to take eyes, but you wanted to take on a big pullback to this level right here. Okay, so there it is, 326. So you pick how many shares you want to do this at. So let's just do 300 and 326. I'm going to put 326 in both boxes. And by the way, I'm on a development version, so you will not see this account right there. I don't think anyway. Okay, all you have to do is click on Sim, and you'd be in simulation mode. I'm going to click on Buy, and don't do this to me again. There we go. Okay. So you see this blue line appears right on the chart. So if eyes gets down to this level of 326, it'll take the trade. Okay, so that's how you can use it, sort of we'll call it as a conditional buyback, like a buyback pullback. A lot of people like to trade pullbacks, but you don't want to. Some of you are not momentum traders. You don't like to do that. You like to see, okay, if it pulls back to a level, I like to get in. So that's how you can do that. Now, if you didn't want, let's just say for argument's sake, you didn't want to do it anymore, you just go to the orders, right click, and cancel. Okay? Now, could also done it the other way. If you had decided that, well, I'd like to take eyes, but I'd love to see if it breaks out above a certain level. So you could have put the price above the current price in those two boxes, and you would have seen a blue line above the current price. Okay? So that's one way to use the simulator. Now look at this HKIB. I don't think I've ever heard of you before. Look at this one. Just one of those interesting. Okay, HKIB. Yeah, look at this market, guys. We're still, the Dow, the NAS has always been down. Dow is slightly positive. SPY is now negative, and we have just been steadily moving down from the open. Look at this 15-minute chart. Little glimmer of hope. Pre-market, we were up, but we've been steadily moving down. 1, 2. Well, we had some topping tails. Again, buyers tried to get it up here, but the sellers keep knocking it down. So, yep, that's what we were in. So the gap, I would say then, gap up and reverse and gap down and go probably are pretty solid ones today. It doesn't mean you take every single one. Yeah, so if you got to watch that video, okay, Jascott, it explains all of that. It's about a 24-minute long video, maybe 26-minute long video. It explains the client ID and all of that. I don't want to steer you wrong by saying it's this or that, okay? You really, if you're going to trade your Interactive Brokers account, then you absolutely watch that video. Spend the time, because there are probably other questions that you would have. And I think for the majority, they're all answered there. Okay? Now let's take a trade. Now let's look at this HKIB. Through the 200-day moving average. I wonder if there's any news. I don't see any news on it. Just one of those ones moving on no news. It's not even a super low float. 29 million in the float. So, I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This looks like it'd be ripe for a short eventually. It's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so I'm going to continue to watch this MCRB. It had this pull up here. I'm going to stick my alert underneath about 1681 and see if it takes out 16 again. Wow, this one. I know hopefully some of you got this one. I should have been paying, well, had I been paying a little more attention. So, that was the plan or the idea that if it got down below yesterday's low for SLGG, then it could turn into an interesting short. And, that's exactly what happened. I mean, look, there's the low of yesterday, 593. So, say right around there. It really has been moving steadily down. It sort of based here for a while and then moved down. Okay, so what I want to do is I just want to take a trade right now and to show you how you can take a trade, and then we'll talk about, stops and money management. When you get into a trade, you know what? They're not all going to work. So if it's not working, you have to have a price, and this is, ahead of time. You have to know where you're going to get out when it's not working. You just cannot be stubborn and think everything is going to work or it'll come back, etc., etc. There has to be an area where you're going to get out of the trade. And what that area is, there's where, chart reading experience, a lot of experience will come into play. That's why we talk about then using the simulator. I'm just trying to find anything to... Okay, would I take this trade right now? Probably not. It's extended, but I just want to show you how you can take a trade, okay? And so let's just take Fox. What's the spread like? The spread is not terrible, so I'm going to buy Fox at the market. Okay, so there took it at 39.09. Okay. Now, when I got into this, I would have to know where my stop is before I took that trade. Now I'm going to try. I always say it like this. I want to make the math easy. So I'm going to put my stop at 38.89. So right click, add the stop order, 38.89. Okay, and you'll see that'll appear right on the chart. Okay, so there it is. There's that big red line right on the chart. So if Fox gets down to 38.09, it'll take me out for a $58 loss. Okay. So where would I put this stop 20 cents away because I also want to talk about money management and risking the same amount per trade within reason. I mean, what I'm going to say is that depending on your account size, let's just say you could risk $100 a trade based on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000, every trade. So let's just say based on your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. I put this top 20 cents away to make this math easy. So how many shares could you have taken? Well, if you divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. You could have taken 500 shares of this stock with a 20-cent stop, and 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. So if you obey your stop, again, this obviously I took 300 shares here, so that's why it's saying $58. Had I taken 500, it would have said very close to 100. So right off the bat, the concept is, okay, having a stop in place, number one, and that is only going to come with experience and chart reading ability eventually, okay? Because you might say, well, how do I know where to place my stop? Had I been doing this, if you look at the 2-minute chart, it looks like there's pretty good support right around 38. I chose that 38.89. I just wanted to make the math easy, dividing 20 cents into 100, giving us 500 shares. But that'll come with chart reading experience. You'll start to size up areas on the chart where it looks like there's some support, so that if it broke down through that support area, you should be out of the trade. And then with a manageable loss. So let's just say that's $100. So here's the next step, obeying your stop. It can be and watch this, it might take me out, okay? Obeying your stop is difficult. I get it, because when you get into a trade, we have all the hopes, desires, the dreams, etc., that we want this to go up. Why we took the trade? Maybe it was from a technical breakout. Maybe it was from things you've heard, good earnings. Hate to say it like this, but a tip. So you took the trade, and now it's starting to move towards your stop. Well, you can't believe it. So you start saying, okay, let's move this stop down a little bit, because obviously, I know this is a good trade. Maybe my stop was too tight. So you start moving it down. And it approaches your new stop. You keep moving it down because you just don't want to believe that the trade can go against you. And so now all of a sudden your $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400. And eventually, when it gets to that horrible number, whatever that number is, you get out of the trade with a far greater loss than you should have because you would not obey your stop. So this takes all of the emotion out of it. I'm just going to leave it here, okay? 38.78. This takes all of the emotion out of trading. It hits your stop, you're out of the trade. You move on. For all, the setup could happen later on. Maybe you were just a little bit early. Maybe it was a good setup. Not all good setups work. So maybe it was a good setup. It just didn't work the first time, but maybe later on in the day, it gets back up to the area where you think it's a good setup again, and you take the trade again, and maybe this time it works. Okay, so it's really, really, really key. Money management is the name of the game. If you don't have money management, you might get lucky. You might get lucky sometimes. You get into a trade and it gets down to into your stop level. You don't obey it, and then it pops up. And it really moves, and you go, well, I'm sure glad I didn't obey my stop. Yeah, it can happen, and it will happen. But I'm just telling you, in the long run, you have to obey your stops. Okay, that's all I'm going to say on the matter. All right, where are we now? 10:56. Now, these are hotkeys again. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, if I don't like the way it's trading, and I'm watching the market move down, so I could flatten the trade. So I got out of the trade. I don't have to get out. I know I had a stop in place. I don't have to wait for the stop. If I don't like the way something is trading, the stop for me is the last resort. Okay, there's the absolute level that I get out. But I can always make up my mind earlier or say, you know what, I just don't like the way it's trading. When I got into the trade, maybe the market was moving higher. And this is, maybe this one, again, I'm just using this as an example. Maybe the trade I took was pretty dependent on the way the market was moving. I start watching the market, it starts moving down. Say, you know what, let's just get out of the trade. So I don't have to, I will obey the absolute stop, but I can always get out earlier if I want. And, why I do it? Well, again, a little bit of feel perhaps. Well, JB, nothing ever goes wrong. And I'm kidding, of course. I used to keep a journal way back when, and I know it's a good idea and all that. Probably heresy, but I don't keep a journal anymore. But I would recommend, yeah, keep a journal. Journal your trade, journalize your trade. I like that word. Journalize your trades, and kind of check to see where you were getting into trades, where you got out. Check the charts to see if that was good. What was the sector doing when you got into a trade? What was its sector doing? Especially if you're getting into a trade that is not what we call an alpha stock. The alpha stocks, of course, are the ones we're always looking for. The ones that are kind of trading on their own. Not too dependent on what the market's doing, not too dependent on what its individual sector is doing. Oh, I just scratched it down, JB. I didn't automate it. I wasn't in so many trades at the same time. I did not automate it. I just kept literally old school. I mean, I know there are all sorts of ways you can do it now, but I was more old school. Well, look at this one. I was listening to this one here, HEAR, and I was listening to it. Yeah, it's shortable too. I just, I was busy doing my spiel. March 4th also, so it was post-market, so I had earnings. And this is just moving down now too. Yeah, I like that analogy, JJ. Don't patent it. I like that. That's great. I don't know if you made it up yourself or you read that. Well, guys, look at this. We're now seeing even a reversal in energy plays, a little bit anyway. A reversal in the energy plays. And this reversed too, so we're getting a bit of a reversal in the energy plays. It's fascinating though, the market is just... Yeah, what you were saying, the little glimmer of hope in the 2-minute chart, and then bam. Ah! Look at Kroger, guys. I mean, this is flying in the face of what the market is doing. KR, it's still hanging just a little bit above 35. I mean, you'd love to see the market on your side a little bit, but all right, let's see if this one collapses under 24 again. Or 24 again. Okay, give me a moment, please. Be right back. Guys, I'm back. Guys, look, I mean, this Kroger is still, this is contrary to what the market's doing. I mean, I'm not saying to take it, but boy, I mean, it is really strong compared to the market. I have 3 screens, Jeff. I have three 32-inch monitors, 4K monitors. Boy, this one still looks like it wants to move down. Again, it's kind of out of the price range, but look at this FLGT. I mean, this is amazing. This was way up here after hours yesterday, $120 approximately. Even pre-market, it was up to a little over 115. Look at the drop. I mean, this has been dropping, ahead of earnings. This is an earnings play. I mean, this looks like it's going negative. Seriously. What a sell-off for FLGT. Of course, it's in, the tech sector, and tech is not catching a break. I mean, look at the cues now. I mean, this is just disaster. There's the low of yesterday, and it's, you know, it already hit the low of yesterday briefly. Oh man is right, guys. If you have my well, I mean, if you have my gap, I mean, this is you got to be, you know, if you won't short the market, well, okay, I guess you're going to sit on your hands, but practice. You know, you can always practice right here in the simulator. See how it works. Yeah, so they don't listen to me, Sam. So I mean, hopefully, if you've you know the development, I don't get into that development one is only once a month. So I am not in those meetings at all. So hopefully somebody looks at that. Okay, guys. Oh, look at FLGT. Is this going negative? Who? Let's have a vote. Is this going negative? Oh man, oh man, oh man, guys. I mean, look at here now. I mean, you heard me talking about it. You heard me what I was saying. Just wanted to see if it would break. Oh man, just break down through that 24 again. You know, look how it popped up just a little over 24, broke down. I said that's what I was waiting on. Look at this. I have, you know, I mean, arguably this is chase mode, but I mean, you know, a market like now, it doesn't really matter. You know, normally we do not chase stocks, but boy. Oh, that's why. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Talking to myself. Well, the only positive you can say about what's happening right now in terms of the SPY is that these candles are at least they're not like huge, wide-bodied candles coming down. But man, all right, what else is happening? So now, even some of these high flying, I mean, they're still positive SM, but you look at these energy plays. They're starting to drop now too. You know, there's SM, MRO. I mean, they're starting to drop. Venom, VNOM, EQNR. I mean, there are just. I think CBD is, yeah. I mean, they're all these energy plays are starting to drop now. All right, we just got halted here. AUVI just got halted here. So this is on the way up here. AUVI. Wow. And if this holds, you know, no guarantee. I'm looking right now. The bid ask is like at 11. And it got halted at 874. And the volume it was not trading very much. So if you're unfamiliar with halts, there's the halt. We have a halt. This is my halts for Zoom scanner, one of the ones I'm sharing. Typically, these halts are 5 minutes long. 11:13 was halted 9 seconds after. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening 9 seconds after 11:18. And this is what I'm talking about. This is my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You know, right now, this can change, okay? But right now it's stacking up at 11.11. Now this can change. But you know, if this holds with a halt at 874, opening at 11, wow. That is correct, Chipsy. Yes, that is correct. So what I would do first is, you know, save or duplicate the scanner. Okay, for instance, momentum up share. So first of all, duplicate it. Yeah, I mean, that's probably duplicate it and then do the flip. And then what can be flipped will be flipped. Obviously, a new low. And there might be something else here. Stock is below the open 4% in this particular case. So you flip it, give it, you know, and rename it momentum down shared or momentum down. And now, yes, you'll start to see stocks that are moving down. Just the flip version. Probably more appropriate right now. Well, not necessarily it's going to open at 11, okay? I don't want to, it's right now. In fact, now, see how it dropped? So now this is looking a little more realistic, okay? That's why I was saying, I mean, the initial look was 11.11, but now it's starting to look like it's not going to be a massive open, but And LEDs is also. So I wonder if LEDs is this related to AUVI? Maybe not. Other lighting equipment. This could be related, guys. They were both halted. AUVI and LEDs. Whew, what a sell-off. The poor Qs. No, I'm sort of missing the boat on these energy plays that are starting to move down, to shorting them. Yeah, so it makes sense that I mean, they just got halted at this virtually the same time. Within well, about a minute of each other. AUVI and LEDs. So actually, I mean, look, it was a good pop. It was a good pop, AUVI. I mean, it actually moved all the way up to 950. Yeah, I don't see the rest of them following. You know what you're talking about. I don't see the rest of them following the you know who. So, and let's see what LEDs does then on its open. Oh man, another one. Look at this KMPH, the big high flyer from a couple of days ago. Now just cut in half, $18 down to 9. Whew. Yeah, the market's in sell-off mode. Well, guys, there's. Oh, why not? Oh, there's just so many shorting opportunities. I mean, look at the alt. I mean, I've completely lost it. I mean, I was talking about this one. Oh, good grief! I was talking about shorting this one, breaking the low of yesterday at 28.69. Look at it now. It's $4. $4. Another one. I mean, look at the beautiful thing about all these is that because they came so far, like an X1, so far up, they look at the room underneath that they can drop. I mean, if this market continues like this. Yeah, well, we won't know, you sinister, will we? Until the market opens next week. All right, what are you doing? Holly, not Holly, but H-O-L-I, H-O-L-I. Gosh, another lot of room underneath. See, the glimmer of hope today, up to 15 when the market was running. Now the market's moving down. And this was a flyer from yesterday, CLPT. What is it doing right now? Wow, there's the 200-day moving average. So had the, well, had been moving higher and higher, but look at the last 3 days. Look at this. Well, let's see. We do have some positive sectors, believe it or not. So there's consumer staples. Let's see how positive. Utilities, that's usually a flight to utilities for dividends. Gold, silver, the energy sector is still positive but fading. Positive but fading. Look at this. I mean, it's positive. Well, now this has just gone negative. XLE. I mean, it's so positive, but look at the fade. Can't even rely on energy today. XOP. I'm sure it's going to look the same. Look at this. Now this is negative too. So guys, again, if you won't short, huh? So look what happened, guys. Look what happened with the eyes. Remember I was showing you how you can play a stock on a pullback? I wasn't even watching. So it pulled back. Remember we put it at 327. We put it down here, and it on a pullback. It took the trade, and look what it did. It bounced right off it. Now I'm exiting. I'm going to flatten that trade. So did you see how that worked? So this was in the simulator, showing you how you can take a trade on a pullback. Okay, well, I was demonstrating with eyes, EYES, okay, eyes. And I said, okay, here's how you can take a trade on a pullback. So I put the pullback and said, well, okay, because the stock was, I think it was up in this area. I said, well, okay, I'd like to take the trade if it pulls back to this area here, 327. It's exactly what happened. maybe it's hard to see, but that faded blue line was a dark blue line. It took the trade, now it's faded, and look what it did. It bounced right off it and boom. See, so if I wanted to do it again, just to show you how you do it, let's say I wanted to take a pull back to 350. So I just put 350. I just put 350 and I click buy. And that buy button that buy will show up right in the chart. Right there, okay? So that's what I did before. So if eyes went down to 350, it would take the trade. I don't have to keep it there, of course. If I don't like the way anything, wow, look at this market. If I don't like the way things are trading, then I can just, cancel the order, go into the orders, and I can just cancel it. Okay, and then the line disappears. Well, if you're trying to find a good stock with a catalyst, a high, few and far between. I certainly haven't. Well, what's interesting to me about it is that it's the only one, I think. Yeah, it's the only one. GME is on its own, guys. It's, all the rest of those ones are not following suit. Yeah, I mean, you take your pick, guys. There's so many of these, either on the gap up and reverse or just gap up, gap down and go. I mean, there's just so many today. And we have another, oh no, sorry, it's a resume. This is another, forget about it. Guys, forget, I mean, I'm talking to the people who are just releasing these SPACs under the market. Nobody cares anymore. Yeah, Yanister, okay, sorry. Everybody, there's a reason why this is called stocks only, okay? What you want to do in here is a specific stock. A specific stock. Guys, I'm watching this stock. Or what do you think about this stock? Okay, specific stock. Everything else is off topic. Or tech support. I may be able to help tech support wise. But, okay, so keep it. This is just for stocks. Specific stock. So what I'm going to do is if I start seeing some posts that are not stock related in that stocks, I'm just going to delete them. Don't take offense. What time is it? 11:30 already? They're dead for now. They're certainly dead for now. Doesn't mean that's forever, of course, but they're certainly dead for now. Well, guys, hey, time to catch my breath here. So this one is sort of counter trending. Ruby, for whatever reason, RUBY. Haven't even looked at my watch list down. I'm sure there's just a ton of great alerts. Oh, HOLI, HOLI. I mean, it's basically chasing so many of these, but when the market's doing what it's doing, sometimes you can kind of chase. I mean, it's completely against the way I like to trade, but yeah, so just a comment. I hope it works for you, Poe. For bounce plays today, I mean, unless we get the market, I mean, you may get a little bit of, I don't know what you're looking for in terms of a percent, but bounce plays today obviously are not going to be working very well. Okay, unless the market turns around and we start to get a series of green candles. The bounce plays. I'm not saying there's not going to be anything that is bounce worthy, but probably will not get much. And there's always a contrarian named William who always wants to argue with me. I'm kidding you, of course. Well, of course, but you're not looking for much, okay? Realistically, you're not looking for very much. So, I'm talking about a nice trending bounce. Okay, just a moment, please. Be right back. All right, guys. I'm just. What time is it now? 11:37. So I think it is Andy in the room today. All right, guys. Well, I actually took a little loss on that SSI. I got greedy on the SSL. I actually got greedy. I could have had a little bit of a 20-cent gain, but I got greedy. So, and I was really thinking about not shorting these energy plays because again, the energy plays are the only ones that are at least up, even though they were dropping. Jeremy, nope. No, it's what Interactive Brokers charges, so it's got nothing to do with us. So now SSL looks actually interesting as a bounce play, maybe. But I'm going to stick another alert down here, 1384, see if it takes that out again. Well, actually, oh, I see why. So look at the SPY. So the SPY is trying to put in, and that's probably why SSL, of course, went up. So the SPY is putting in a bit of a move here, maybe trying to do a little recovery. And that's why I'm not getting any more alerts here. So we're probably seeing some bounces. I guess we're going to see some bounces, based on what the SPY is doing. Who are we talking about, Real? Oh, I see. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, thank you. Okay, guys, so I'm just sorry, I'm just following a discussion. Yeah, so this look at this big topping tail. Well, the topping tail on the SPY in the 15-minute chart now. So again, these little moments of optimism are just getting beaten down. All right, so I'm just watching now to see if any one of these ones that were moving down well, okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The SPY is still trying. There was a topping tail. Remember there was a topping tail there, but now the buyers are trying to keep momentum. Again, we're talking, a little momentary. I mean, this is a 15-minute candle, okay? So I have to see what happens on this one. I mean, well, again, it's just one candle. That's just one candle. And it closed, okay? So the only, I mean, if you're looking for a little glimmer of hope because you want to go long, there's your glimmer of hope right there. It did close at the high. Next candle will tell the tale, though. I mean, if it just reverses, then forget about it. Still not getting any more though from my gap continuation scanner. Nothing new. And just the one from the options place, but what a great one. WTI. I mean, it has come all the way back down, but at one point from 438 all the way up to 5, which is in today. I'd take that. That is a great. Unfortunately, I didn't see it at the time. So, guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Andy is going to be taking over in the YouTube room, but I just want to point out a couple: the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Okay, I love these two columns. This kind of tracks how good are your exits. Okay, so when I look at eyes, the max P&L, the max I could have got out of eyes when I was still in the trade was $267. Well, look, I mean, it's rare that you're going to, when you close out the trade, that it's actually at the absolute max. But in this particular case, obviously it was an excellent exit because since I exited, it's 15 cents under. Okay? So that's how you can track that. With the Fox, I took a $31 loss in the simulator. But look what it is. It's 37 cents under where I got out, which is great. You want to see big negative numbers. when you went long something, you want to see big negative numbers because that's showing you, okay, my exit was pretty good in that particular case. You don't want to see a big positive number. That would mean that, you exited too soon. So it's a good way to kind of keep track of how good are your exits. Now, ICE is coming back. Now, ICE is your definitely your alpha stock of the day. Look what ICE did. There's a 15-minute chart for ICE straight up. Look what the SPY was doing, basically straight down. So this is what we call an alpha stock. It trades, doesn't really care what the rest of the market's doing. It's trading on its own. Interesting. I'm not getting anything from this scan right now. It's just so the market is kind of. But look at this bar. Look at this red bar starting. William, I don't know if you want to take a look at Yak. Yak is way above, but the Bollinger Band's way above on the 5-minute. Well, not way above, but it is above one of these SPACs. I don't know if I want to take a look at that one necessarily, but no Yak shorts, okay. I find that IB, on all these SPACs, they seem to have the shorts almost immediately. So I have no idea, Avery. I don't know if I'm cutting out. The only thing I can suggest, if you can hear me, is do a refresh. If you can hear me. Unless I get how has been my audio in both rooms, guys? Have I been cutting in and out? I had a question on that in the tech support area, so I'm assuming it must be on his system. Okay, thank you. Now here's another one, CHRS above the 5-minute. Bollinger Band above it. Looks like about a dime. Again, I'm just trying to point out maybe opportunities for you, William. CHRS. Oh, I see. Okay. I gotcha. How much more? I mean, I know it was a misprint. It's 1% up. How much more? Even in a market like this where it looks like it's going to keep moving down. 10%. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you probably won't find too many today, right? that are up 10%. Yeah, I don't use the filter, so I have no opinion on it, Roberto. I know it's available, the block trade filter. I have no idea if it's helpful or not. Ah, I see. Okay, William. I guess that makes sense, the way you trade, yes. All right, guys. Well, it's getting closer to Andy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link for the YouTube room in the room. So if you want to head over there around noon, and you can listen to Andy talk, and he's way more of a swing trader than I am. And it's a Q&A though. Can ask him. It doesn't have to be about swing trading, but you can ask him general questions, Q&A. Okay, and that's in the YouTube room. That'll be from 12 to 1. While I take my break. Okay, let's see what the SPY is doing. As I was saying, this will be a little ominous if this candle wipes out that nice big. It's the only green candle we've had today since the market opened. All of this was pre-market, and then that was a nice big green candle. But these sellers, I mean, especially if it takes it down below. All right, well, this one just triggered again. CBD just made a new low. Brazilian energy play, I guess. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It is not an energy play. Sorry. This is food, clothing, home appliances, etc. Maybe like a big department store type. So, may not be dynamic enough. It's down. I mean, it's just a little bit above yesterday's close. Oh, I would say that's not true, Dan. Most traders do not pay $10. I mean, it depends. If your broker is charging you that, you should change brokers. Yeah, listen. I mean, if you're a swing trader, more of a swing trader, commission almost doesn't matter, almost. But yeah, if you're paying $10 a transaction and you're actively trading during the day, change brokers. Yeah, it's loading for me. You must have done it wrong. It just loaded for me. The trend reversal up. It loaded for me. Okay, I just clicked on the link. Oops, clicked on the link, and here it is up here. Copied the link, control copy, copied the link. File, load from cloud. Now, I will say this, for some reason it didn't paste it in, so you just have to control V, and then it'll paste it in, and then load, and it loaded. Okay, so it did load. Yeah, for some reason it didn't paste it in. I don't know if it's because normally it is pasted in. Well, yeah, your zero commission it cannot. Well, then you have to pay. You must have to pay for data then. Okay, live. I mean, the commission might be free, but you have to have live data. All right, Andy, I see you in there. I'll let you answer all these questions. Okay, thank you, Andy. Okay, I'm going to stop the streaming now, guys, and I'll see you guys in the other room at about 12:30.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Guys, let me know when you can hear me. Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me. Hi JT. Good, good. We got a transition, I believe. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Friday support webinar. This is where we take over Barry's room for about an hour. Not as maybe his room, but at least his live stream. And we open it up for questions, Q&A. You guys have any questions? Hi, Sam. How are you? Hi, Bill. Two Bills. Hi, Bill. Hi, Iris. Crazy week, that's for sure. Yes, yes. Crazy week. Market's having a hard time bouncing. Couple of wicks going back to yesterday at some support area down here, but man, no follow though. Really, just seems like every bounce is met with selling. All right. Yes. Hi, Sam. Hi, Patrick. Is it over? I wouldn't call it over. I haven't liked what I'm seeing for several days now, and nothing's really changed in my tune. I mean, if you're looking at the intraday right here, it would be encouraging that we're finally getting above the 10-period moving average on the 15-minute chart. That might be encouraging, but me being a swing trader, I'm really not excited about running in and trying to buy something on a Friday after the action we've seen lately, for sure. Yeah, good point, Dan. How long red? Nobody knows. But really, the if you look at the cues, a lot more weakness there. So, and like I spoke at my webinar yesterday, and it seems like for several days now, money has been coming out of the high growth stocks and reallocating into the value stocks. All right, guys. So this wasn't designed to be a trading segment, but we can definitely talk about it if no questions. I have no problem with that. I enjoy that, but I do want everybody to know that this was designed for any questions that you might have about the software. So you can come in and ask those questions. So don't hold back anything. Nothing is too novice. We can cover everything in here. All right, Bill Fortune has one quick question about the channel bars. Channel bar. Most channels I understand what they scan for, but others I'm confused. Is there a description on these? Yeah, there's a matter of fact there is. It's not built into the platform yet, I don't think. Not on your version anyway, maybe heading that way. But Bill, if you will send an email to info, and I'll write it in here for you at trade-ideas.com. We will get you a document that will explain all the channels. Now we're constantly adding new ones. As a matter of fact, this Buzz just recently came out, so we're constantly adding. But 99% of them will be in there on this recent document that we did. So just send an email in, and we'll get you that. I think we're working on it. Getting it. Let me see if it's working yet in the. I'm trying to see what the process is going to be. I guess it's not in here yet, but where you can hover over a channel and then a brief description will pop out, kind of telling you, what you're going to be seeing. So that's going to be a nice feature when we got it. I'm on the most recent dev version. It's not in there yet, but I know it's coming. All right, Andy, can you please share your Extreme Master Blaster scan? I don't need to share it, and the reason I don't is because if you go over here to Trader's Vault and click into Trader's Vault, you're going to find that Extreme Master Blaster in there. It's a good one. It's a good momentum trading window, if you will, multi-strategy window. If you right-click in it and look at the strategies, you're going to see I have them broken down in different categories. 52-week high, all-time high, low float, between $2 and $10, and greater than $10. So, yeah, it's a nice little window, and you have access to it. Just go to our Trader's Vault, find the key in the channel, click on it. Now you will have to expand. In other words, I had to make them kind of thumbnail and on small borders. So just make sure you expand the window out, and then once you do that, just go to properties and take it off small borders so you can see what type of window it is, and then you just save it to your cloud. Just go click and just save, and you'll have it, and you can migrate it over to your default layout. All right, you're welcome. Okay, to make sure I didn't miss anything. For the past year, we've been taking the stairs to reach the top floor, and then it looks like we were pushing out the window. Yeah. This is more. It's obviously ugly, but nothing like the dramatic fall we had back in March. But gosh, man, anytime I see a chart, that has done this, and I always get a little bit nervous, especially if I've had some nice longs, swing trading well. So anytime I see action, I even was mentioning it back over here how we were going sideways after we hit an all-time high, and we just could not get anything going, and broke down below this 10-period moving average, and then of course on this gap down day right here. Let me pull up my pen so you guys can see what I'm looking at, because I think it's good to know. I mean, I know we, especially in this bull market and buy the dip and mentality everybody's had, but man, when I see things like this, gap down below this 20-day moving average, and you see we never even reached back to that high, I get a little bit nervous and I thin out real quick, and actually started getting short. I've hit 2 really good shorts on Tesla recently, because I believe Tesla was on the other side of the mountain, and I think it went on the other side of the mountain once it broke this 50-day moving average. This is when I started shorting it the first time. Covered on this day, and then I re-entered on this day right here, and just recently covered. You can see my buy signals there where I covered too soon, but oh well. Uh, but yes, you gotta be careful, especially with what's happening in the 10-year. And if you guys want to know a nice little ETF to pull up to track the 10-year yield, you can pull up the IEF, and you can see a gap down to recent lows there. So really looking scary there in the 10-year, which means interest rates are creeping up. And if you haven't been in the market as long as some of us here at Trade Ideas, almost all the traders, you will know that one thing that can destroy equities is rising interest rates. Nobody likes rising interest rates. Okay, wasn't there a check mark at one time that you could click on to find out more info on a scan? Uh, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. A check mark and find more information about a scan. Yeah, let me know. That's not ringing a bell. I mean, typically the best way to find out about a scan is you go into configure, okay, and I like to just look at the filters, and I can tell a lot by a scan just by looking at the filters. Uh, but yeah, that's the only way that I really know. For a block trade filter, when that hits, what's the significance? Is there some sort of items to look for to confirm the action? Well, you said the right words there, RM. What I like to do if I'm looking at a block trade, I don't try to assume anything. A lot of people want to know, well, did it go off on the bid? It goes off on the offer. That doesn't whether something goes off on the bid or offer doesn't really matter that much to me, because anytime you have a transaction, you have a buyer and a seller. So some people will say, wow, somebody was willing to buy this many shares at this price. Well, just remember, somebody was willing to sell that many shares at that price as well. So what I like to do, and that's a great question, is if you are looking at block trades, don't do anything. Let the price action determine, if there's going to be a direction after that, block trade. A lot of people like to think long when they see a block trade. Well, just remember there's also a seller at that block trade price too. So always let the price action determine after a block trade, and that goes with any preconceived notion that you might have coming into a stock. It's all right to do your due diligence and homework, but trust me, it's a lot of times you come in with what you think the stock should do, and you act upon that, and that's where a lot of people get in trouble. Getting back to the IEF, it's probably something to keep an eye on, because there's definitely a direct correlation. Not typically do you see a direct correlation between bonds and equities, but now is a time where you might want to keep. And you can see here, the bonds are trying to rebound, and so is the market at this time. So keep an eye on that. Sam says, I'm trying to have a scan based on jam down. Will it be useful to add 2-minute green bar reversal to it? If I'm looking at a jam down, okay, remember it's a counterintuitive. I have one that's very similar called I'll Take That, Thank You. As a matter of fact, this was the original one. Steve just kind of took mine and added a few things to it, which his is good. I mean, I'm trying to remember what he added, maybe score or something like that. But what I typically will do if I'm looking at a jam down is, because in a 2 minute time frame, you could have, it could have happened a lot earlier. So what I'd like to do is look for maybe a 5 or 15 minute, preferably, but probably a 15 minute for me because I'm on a slower time frame. You can see this ATCO just recently came down, hit the 10 period moving average, and you know finally on this bar right here you had a bar reversal. Not something I'm really looking at in today's environment, lately, because I like to catch these things when the tape is bullish, and a lot of times they can react really quick once they hit this 10 period moving average. As you can see, this COF went way below, and then finally you had a bar reversal right there. 2 minute may be a little bit quick, Sam. You can experiment around with it, but I like to kind of just look at them and trade discretionary. Look at the whole chart and see what's going on. See if we can see some other examples. There's one. You had a 15-minute bar reversal right there. So these are very powerful, especially when you have a bullish tape. Now we've had anything but a bullish tape lately, so you got to be careful when you're buying these. Like this one right here, you had a bar reversal right there, and it just slapped down and went lower. So be careful, because a lot of these have been holding up well, showing relative strength in this tape, which means they could be ripe, for a sell-off. Yeah, it's a great one for swing trading ideas, especially in a strong bull market like we've seen for last several years. We'll keep it up here and see if put it back on real time, see if anything comes in. Oh gosh, that was on real time, huh? No, it's not. Was it doing this today? Let me put it back on real time now. There we go. Okay, that's the most recent one. Yeah, I can share it. Sure can. And I'll just call it, I'll take that. And there you go. You'll probably get more in mine, because I think Steve may have his like optimized with a few more filters in there. So this would just be a good one for if you just want to get some ideas flying through. All right, looks like we are caught up. Okay, let's see. Okay, thanks. It comes up not much. I'm on Apple hit twice this morning, so was interested. Let's see, block trade. Apple had a couple of block trades this morning. Is that what you're saying there, RM? Now, see, what I would like to do is maybe this 200-day moving average. Put an alert down there. JT said the check mark was in the search tab in the config window and provides a description of the alerts. The channels. Got it. Thanks. Okay. Okay, JT. I think I know what you're talking about there. Hi, Mike C. How are you, buddy? So 1233 and 1243, RM is saying that there was some block trades in Apple. So interesting. I'm assuming that is, gosh, no, when it's just 1218 East Coast. I'm not sure. Are you like way in Nova Scotia or something? Okay, not the channels. So if you go into config window, JTMC, uh, check mark in the search tab. So I'm okay. RM. Uh, JT, why am I not seeing this check mark in the search tab? I don't know what you're referring to. Maybe you can. I don't know. No, I guess you can't send. Yeah, I figured you were Nova Scotia, and we got Michael in there. Yeah, and he's like 2 hours ahead of me. I'm on Central Time, and okay, so I have to keep an eye on Apple. A couple of block trades in there. Market is trying to bounce here. Scroll down. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on just a minute. Let me. Maybe I'll learn something today. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. That's something I've never used. The check marks. I know what you're talking about. And do you know the name of it? Is it called check? Okay, check mark. Let's take a look and see what it does. The check mark pattern is defined by higher highs followed by lower lows followed by even higher highs. The pattern is most commonly seen as a continuation pattern, the inverted check. Is that what you're talking about there, JT? Yeah, that's something that I can honestly say I've never used. I'll have to give it a shot sometimes. But looks like it's doing some sort of potential uh, continuation pattern there. I'll have to take a look at that sometimes. I never really played around with that one. Huh. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'll check that out sometime. It's got the probably a lot of inverted check marks working good. I don't know why. I typically will check out all the alerts at some point, but that one I just never got around to, so I'm gonna have to check it out. All right, guys. Question panel's open. If anybody has any questions. Rocket is the only long that I'm in. I was fortunate enough to buy it into earnings. I don't do that often, and then I bought some more on this day, and then I kind of got lucky with the Wall Street bets gain coming in. I scalped out most of my position, held on to a tiny bit, and then re-entered. You can see the buy signal there. Re-entered some more. One I'm keeping an eye on just because they have a special dividend coming out on March 9th, and so all these shorts that you see over here is either going to have to cover or they're going to have to pay that special dividend. That is the way it works. For every share they have, they'll have to pay $1.11. But those are usually kind of quirky. It's usually kind of priced into the stock, but oh well. At least I'll get me a special dividend. Nothing else. Eyes, yeah, eyes have been coming through this Master Blaster, Extreme Master Blaster all day long. Started coming through this morning, and now this is great. See that red line up there? Okay, if you're using a new high alert in our as an alert, a new high, it's the only alert it works with. It's going to show you the next level of resistance. We call it the red resistance line. So if you're only looking at 2 or 3 months worth of data, you might not know there is resistance back over here. And now it's showing you where it is. So you can see it ran right up to that. Boom, hit it and backed off. What is your favorite scan currently? You know, that's a tough one. Currently, I'm not looking at a lot of scans. I'm mostly kind of discretionary. Now, once the market kind of stabilizes, like it's maybe trying to do right now, maybe I will, I will say this, that my extreme volume high-low pro has probably been my long-term favorite, especially when, I was day trading. But this can also be a very good swing trading scan too, because a lot of times your first big movement will come on a huge volume day, huge breakout day. Probably not seeing. I'm seeing a lot of yellow coming through today, which means the market has been selling off pretty hard. When I see a lot of yellow, I'm just not looking to go long. There are a few stocks coming through, but you can see the momentum is just not a whole lot of momentum stuff to the upside right now. A lot of yellow coming through. See, that one stopped real quick. Looks like it may try to regain and go back to highs. Market's definitely getting a big bounce here, so we'll see. Spies trying to fight off the negativity. Yeah, eyes is definitely having a nice move today for sure. No, Sam, there's no way to add a special dividend to the single stock window, unfortunately. That's something that just kind of you know comes usually announced on an earnings report or something like that, so it's not data that's going to be received live from the earnings reports, and usually they're last 2 or 3 weeks anyway, and then they're gone. So yeah, nothing we could do there, Sam. Yes. How do I change my column headers to text? Very good question. All you got to do is right click, go to properties, and just click on text header. See how mine are all checked? Just go right click, properties, text headers, and that'll do it for you. Bill, with the alerts, do you have a suggestion on the must use filters at what range, at and at what range. Understanding each trading idea will be different. Alerts. Okay, what you're going to find with a lot of mine, let me just bring up this extreme volume high-low pro, and I'm going to show you some filters that are in a lot of mine. You are going to find a lot in mine is this position and 10-day range, okay? And the reason is I like to see stocks that are breaking out. If they're doing volume, I want to see them breaking out of a range, not being in what I call no man's land. So many people get in trouble trading volume when the stock is not going anywhere. It may just have a brief moment of volume to come in, and you look over there in the daily and it's right in the middle of like a 10-day range and not going anywhere. Those are the kind of ones that get you in trouble. If they're breaking out of resistance, you know, a 10-day range, or I even have a position in 20-day range down here at 85%, which means it has to be kind of close to breaking out of a 20-day range as well. Now, I don't use max, so I don't care if these things are at all-time highs. Matter of fact, the higher probably the better when you're trading momentum. But I definitely like a minimum to use these minimum position and range. Another one you're going to find me using a lot is position in previous days range. That one is, and what I do is just I will put 98 or 99 in the minimum, and that way it will assure that I'm not going to get any symbols coming through my window unless it's above or breaking through or above yesterday's high or the previous day's high. So those are probably my most used filters. Of course, you're going to have the common ones. You always need to define price. Average daily volume is a big one. You want to avoid stocks that may only do 25, 35,000 shares a day. So I usually like to put 500,000 in here. Some people like to put 200,000 or 300,000. I just like mine kind of liquid. And then these right here, the volume in the 5-minute is a good one. Especially if you're trading momentum. If your stock's hitting a new high, I want it to be doing it on volume. Same thing with the 1-minute. So those are all of these are very powerful filters, which I use a lot. But hope that answers your question there. Good question though, Bill. Favorite setup for long, I'm going to have to say most of my shorts is kind of, but I'm going to show you one that you can kind of flip. Let me get out of here. Let's go, and I'll share this one. Now, when I have a nice tape, in other words, we have a nice bullish trend. Right now, we don't have a nice bullish trend, even though people will argue in the very long term of things. If we're still in a bull market, things are still trending higher, but still in the last 2 or 3 weeks, it really hasn't been a nice trend to the upside at all. But when I do have one, I really love this pullback above 50 SMA swing. Now, what this is looking for is looking for stocks that are they have to be above their 50-period moving average. Okay, that assures me the stock is least constructive over the last 50 days. Okay, it's got a nice slope to it over the last 50 days if it's above its 50-day moving average. But I want it pulling back on the 5-day time frame. And then I want it taking out, just like that filter I showed you, position in previous day's range. Let me just go ahead and show you the configuration here. Some of this has been optimized, but there's that position in previous day's range right here again. Okay, this is a new high alert, so now I have a stock that is been pulling back in the 5-day time frame. How do I know that? It's because it has to be below, the max has to be 50%. Okay, so it has to be in the bottom half of its 5-day time frame. And let's take a look at some of these, see if anything's coming through today. Since we're having a little bounce, could be some interesting stuff in there. Okay, looks like Elon was coming through this morning. I'm always careful first thing in the morning. I don't play these things, and you can see this is what happens in a kind of a bearish tape. You get this gap up, suckers you in because nice little pullback, bar reversal, and then it just gets slammed right back down. Let's go a little bit later in the day and see if we find anything. There you go. This one just came through when it broke through that high, but like a lot of stuff, sellers are there meeting it. So it's not something. There's one that took out that high right there. Okay, in this candle. So there's your bar reversal, been pulling back. Now it barely got above its 50-day moving average, so that's why it was kind of late reporting. It has to be above its 50-day moving average. So not seeing a lot in here right now, but this is something. If the market stabilizes, maybe we find a bottom, we go sideways, and then we start creeping back higher. This is something I'll pull out, man, and go check it out. And I will save it. I'll just pull it over here. Share it with you. There we go. Call it pullback swing. But just be careful. When I mentioned yesterday, I was showing this as an example in my webinar yesterday, and I talked about you can have a great strategy. This is a great strategy. I've done some paper trading, auto trading in a bull market, and this thing can really perform well. Now, it has a lot of trades coming through, so I'd probably want to go in. I haven't refined it in a while. No, in other words, I haven't optimized it in a while, so it probably has too many trades coming through right now for you to auto trade. But the whole key is, when you have a good strategy, is not so much how good your strategy is, it's when to implement it. That's the key to pretty much every strategy. I mean, if you just have all long strategies and you've been using them, probably not working right now in this environment. But there will be a time when it's right to fire this up and get some good ideas out of it. You always got to consider the overall market when you're implementing a strategy. Hi David, how are you? Okay, I got to catch up here. Let's see. But JT, if you want to take that one I just shared with you, and you reverse this, in other words, if you go in here and you duplicate the window, all right, and then you go to configuration, and then you flip it, it can end up being a very good short swing setup for you there. Oh wait, yeah, that's flipped. Surprised we're not getting anything in there today. Probably because it's requiring that the stock bounce and be in the upper 50%. So you don't have many stocks right now that are in the upper 50% of their 5-day time frame. But if the market keeps bouncing and then you come in Monday, you might want to put something like this to work, because what it'll do is it'll find let me pull up here and show you. Let's go to yesterday. See, this is a beauty. Look at yesterday. This is what I'm talking about. So I flipped this now that we're kind of in a bearish tape. So now you had it bouncing up for 3 days. So it got, so in other words, we had a bounce up in the 5-day time frame, and then look at that. It reversed and took out that low right there of the prior day. Okay, remember, this is just the opposite of what we were looking at, and you would have been notified right as it broke that low. And look at that follow through, even some more follow through today. So this can be a great one. So just take that one that I shared with you and flip it, and you'll get some good ideas to the short side. Could be a great weapon if the market continues down. That's the key to shorting. Okay, it's not I'm not one that likes to chase volume to the downside. I would rather stocks bounce up. A very good uh, Tesla's a great example. Okay, so because I shorted it over here on this break. Okay, I covered and then I let it bounce. Now I didn't get it up here, but on this day right here, no, I'm sorry, this day right here, I saw the market getting weak. This thing was kind of hovering near yesterday's high. I knew the 10-period moving average was coming down, so that's where I shorted it again. So it's called letting us. Steve always talks about, we had a trader that used to trade with, shorting in the pocket. In other words, you let a stock bounce and get into the pocket. Just think of it as reverse of a long trade. Okay, the stock's pulling back just like that. I'll take that, thank you. It's pulling back to the 10-period moving average. That's great. But now if we get into a short environment and these things bounce up into their 10-period moving average, they can be great short candidates. So that is the kind of the idea behind flipping this swing trade and looking for, see if I can find another example in here anywhere. That one worked a little bit, but if you didn't cover yesterday, you, for some reason, it's not one I like. It's biotech anyway. I wouldn't touch that. Yeah, there was a good one yesterday right here. Bounced. Okay, once it took out the low of this bar right here, you got notified and you had a little momentum afterwards. So anyway, check that out. All right, I got to catch up with some questions here. Yeah, the Spiders got a nice bounce to them, for sure. We'll see how long it lasts, but okay, all right. Hi, Andy. Can you show me some tweaks we can do on getting tired alert in the sense changing the parameters, giving them more room? Yeah, you can always, the things I'd look to change are things like maybe price, your price parameters, your volume parameters. You can always, so in other words, if you're not getting very many alerts and you have a minimum of 500,000 shares, maybe you can bring that down to 300,000 shares to get more alerts coming through. If you have if you have an alert that's good, but for some reason right now it's not showing you a lot, that may be a good thing. It may keep you out of bad trades. So you got to be careful tweaking just to kind of creating more ideas, because you may be creating bad ideas. A lot of times in an environment like this, it may be good just to sit on the sidelines. I don't know that I would be tweaking just to get more alerts, because if they're not hitting your current window with the parameters that you had, which were producing a lot of alerts recently, it's maybe telling you, hey, there's just not a lot of opportunity in this alert. Maybe move on to something else. Yeah, bottom fishing is I like the revenue growth fishing. Now it's kind of empty. Well, this is a gold. I don't like trading a lot of gold stocks off here. Here's one. I mean, was a beauty. I mean, this is probably coming through, the last couple of days. Came through earlier today. I can promise you that it was in there, and now you're getting a nice little move on this one. China Customer Relations Centers, but you can see here, you may be looking at and say, well, wow, that doesn't look like a bottom fish to me. But look over here in my single stock window, position in lifetime range. Okay, even though this 10-day it's doing well, boy, not a bad looking chart there. It was showing relative strength as the market was breaking down. This was holding up, and now we got a nice little pop on volume. Doesn't do a whole lot of volume, only averages about 225,000, so you better be careful. But this is one I'd look at. And Dawn of the Dead is another one. I hadn't pulled that up lately. Let's pull up Dawn of the Dead. Nice couple of nice. Oh, this is a leveraged inverse leveraged micro sectors. Like some people are piling in trying to short the micro sectors there. This one, oil stock. You're probably going to see a lot of oil stocks in there. That's one of the sectors that have been holding up. Another oil stock. So these have been left for dead. You can see the position in lifetime range. So these may be rig. Rig has been coming through a couple of times. So Dawn of the Dead probably and revenue growth fishing are probably the ones I'd look at, Sam. Revenue growth fishing is okay. That's in the Trader's Vault. Dawn of the Dead's not. I'll go ahead and share that with you. There you go. Uh, yeah, Mustafa. Shorts. If there is a special dividend, the shorts have to pay it. See how my rocket's doing in this bounce. Okay, fighting back. Let me cross market auto. I think I know what you're talking about. Used to when I first started trading back in the before the turn of the century, uh, we used to have this tool that would show you when the market was crossed up. In other words, what that means is momentarily you will get a bid that's higher than the current offer, and back then we were the real fast ones and we could take advantage, kind of an arb play. But and we used to do that all the time, but that kind of went by the wayside as they became faster than us. It was nice when SOs first came out and we were the fast ones, but nowadays with high frequency trading, I really don't see any benefit to seeing too many cross markets, because the high frequent trader is going to kind of probably ruin that game. All right, let me make sure I'm catching up here. Looks like I got a lot of questions coming in. Sam, yeah, you know what? Send an email into that. As a matter of fact, if you go to our YouTube channel and there's a TI University in there, and I did TI University 301, and I probably spend about 30 minutes on back testing in there and showing you what I believe to be the most important optimization filters. Uh, Basically, it's price and time are probably the two most important. But and then Jamie also takes over in 401 and goes deeper in how you can optimize based upon all your filters. So it's not something I can show real quick in here, because the back testing tool is it takes time. It takes a little time to get familiar with it. It's great. I love it, especially for swing trading. You can create some really good scans. All right. Let's see. Yeah, now KR, position in range is different than change in 10 days. Now I use both of them a lot. Uh, uh, I use position in ranges more, but yeah, a change is basically just tells you how much the stock has changed. So in other words, if you put a 10 in the minimum, on a change in 10 days, it has to be up 10% over the last 10 days. But just remember, it never includes the day the day that you're in. It includes the previous 10 days. The only one that really factors in, of course, the minute ones change in 15 minutes. That includes intraday, and the change. I'm sorry, the position in range. If it just has range and no words in front of it, it's looking at the intraday range. But anytime you see days, it's never looking at the current day that you're in. It's looking at the prior time. No, Bill. Fortune. AI right now, there's no input on your end. Okay, there's nothing you can do to like feed it a stock and tell you where it is. That's hopefully coming in the future. Uh, that's the plan. No ETA on that because we have so much going on right now. But currently, yeah, there's no input. Holly just kind of speak. We have no idea what she's going to fire off each day. Actually, having a pretty good day. And the best one was this first one in the morning, which was a very bold call. But look at that. Short right from the beginning. Just went long Oxy about 15 minutes ago. All right. Jason says, I got about 5 to 8 more minutes. Let's see. The A table worked well. Is there a scan that may identify A table stocks that have been beaten up? Well, no, that's tough because the A table has a filter in there called the score. All right. And you can see it down here in my composite rating. Okay. And it has to maintain a certain score level. Okay. To reach the filter. I think Steve has his set on like a 75 or 80 or something like that. So if it's been really beaten up, the score is going to be bad. Okay, the score looks at about 14 different technical metrics. Okay, it also looks at about 4 fundamental metrics, but most of everything is technical. So if it's been beaten up, it's going to have a really bad score. So yeah, the A table is designed to define really strong stocks, not stocks that are beaten up. Yeah, Otto, I'm not sure exactly what a cross market alert is. I mean, that's maybe something new to me. Uh, I thought you were talking about what they call it cross market when the bid is higher than they basically offer, which usually only lasts a few seconds. Now probably a nanosecond, but because HFT can arb that real quick. Oh, Sam, thank you. Appreciate it, man. You have a good weekend too. You're welcome, Bill. Let's take a look at the spiders as we kind of cruise into the end of our support session here. And looks like it may be getting a little bit fatigued. Not a whole lot of volume in this run up. I would definitely be careful. All right, I know it looks good in the short term, but we are still, below all our moving averages. Now you got the 10-period moving average already crossed the 20, and they're also starting to roll over, which is not a good sign. Okay, if you look back here, and we've had these kind of upward sloping for a while. Obviously back over here they kind of rolled over and things got kind of ugly for a few days. So we'll see. I would venture to say we're not out of the woods. I am not looking to do a whole lot, that's for sure, on a Friday. And if you're not looking, watching the 10-year, at least maybe put, when you see something like this, put alerts in so you can see maybe if, if it starts breaking down really quick, you'll be alerted. So if you are in some longs and you all of a sudden your alert goes off and you're like, oh boy, the 10 years rolling them back over again, I better watch these longs. All right, guys. You're welcome, Mike C. You have a great weekend, buddy. Well, it looks like the spies may want to try to venture up there and tickle the highs. We'll see what happens. And boy, the oil sector has really been holding up well, that's for sure. You're welcome, KR. You are welcome. Oh, got to close out some of these things. See how the Qs are holding up. Yeah, about the same as a nice bottoming wick so far, but the day is far from over. IWM is actually trying to hold on to its 50 period. Hi, Jose. How you doing, buddy? We're just about to wrap up this support session, probably a couple more minutes, but if you have a quick question, I can definitely help you out. Barry will be back in here in about 3 or 4 minutes. Well, this VIPS sure has been strong. Let's see how JD, I'm always curious what that's doing. Ah, interesting, Auto. A little trick there. If you're using the collaboration feature, you just need to copy a portion of the collab string. Thank you, buddy. I'm sure somebody will put that to work. All right, I'm gonna notify Barry that I am talked out, and looks like he can come in at any point. Close out my. All right, guys, I'm notifying Barry, so when he takes over, I got to shut off pretty quick. So just thanks everybody for your participation today and for the kind words there at the end. And you guys have a great weekend. Don't get too loaded up out there in this market, but save your bullets. Thank you, Daniel. Okay, looks like Barry is starting now, and Jose, just hang on. You can send that to info@trade-ideas.com. I just don't have time to answer that, but I got to sign off. Everybody have a great weekend.
Okay, just a moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back. I'll be back in about a minute, okay? All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. Back. And look at that Matador. Okay. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Something happened to my audio on my end. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me though. Okay. Let me just see something here. Something happened to my audio. Okay, I will do my video now. Hey, what's going on? Sorry guys, something is happening with my audio. Okay, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be doing my video. I'm having a couple of technical issues here, so I'm going to say 125 back. in case I can't solve the, whoops. Just in case I can't solve these quickly. All right, guys, putting myself on mute. And so we'll see you around one. All right, guys, I'm back. I just did a reload. That's all that happened there. All right, having a tough time getting rid of my little screen capture here, so I'm going to have to do, just give me a moment here. Okay, so now I want to see if this is still the ones that I had in here. Are they still around? Yeah, okay. Okay, guys. So what am I looking at now? Is Ruby? Ruby has been very strong all day. I know I mentioned this one a lot earlier. Ruby has been, counter to the market. It has not cared what the market is doing. Yeah, so I don't look at it like that, novice. I don't use the AI like that at all. I just look at it as a watch list. So I'm not sure I can help you. You're also maybe looking at auto trading and things like that. So I just don't do that. All right, now remember SIFI at the beginning, SIFY had a huge move up to $4, came all the way back down to 3, and now it's starting to move again. SIFY, guys, it's not a low float either. All right, now eyes may be setting up again. Maybe, well, maybe not. I think if it can take out 8 again, it could have another run. Now, this had a cross down on the 2-minute chart. Yeah, I know. That was the news this morning, and that popped it up, but it just didn't hold. I mean, look at SIFI now. Really a delayed reaction. I mean, here's the reaction to that news about, I'm maybe too late. Again, guys, if this gets back up to that high towards the end of the day, there's a possibility I'm going to swing this one. The only issue I've got, and it's a big one, with a run like this, they may spring a financing. That's the issue. I always have to worry about that maybe for one of these really, really small companies, small bios. Yeah, this was not. Oh, it is shortable. It is actually shortable at Interactive Brokers. Quite a few, 330,000 shares short. Let's just take them all right now. I'm kidding. Ooh, nice. 24.57. Give me a moment here, please. No way. Look at this little one of these new ETFs, guys. Moon. This started last. This started on, I guess, in November of last year. So this looks at smaller cap stocks. This is an ETF. Kind of. I don't want to say it looks at social media. But this is a new ETF, and we actually have the symbol list for it. But look at Moon, with the market doing what it's doing. So how did we like the 4-day bear market, guys? We were in a 4-day bear market. I guess it's over now. Oh, look at Matador now. MTDR now. This is one I was eyeballing, and I think I gotta do my video. So, but look at the move. Yeah, I mean this is Vuzi looks a lot like the market, doesn't it? Manulife, MFC, big insurer in Canada, doing well. MFC. You might want to keep an eye on, is this a elementary school? Okay, so you might want to keep an eye on YQ. It has some room. It's on my gap up and go. It hasn't really moved too much. I mean, it's up 8%. Decent volume. It's basically trading what it would normally be trading. That's why that says 1. But if the market continues like this could have a nice little move. I mean, it has, again, yesterday's high was up at almost 13, so, or just at around 13, 1304. So this could have an interesting move if the market continues like this. Okay, just a moment, please. I have to load something here. And there's the ruby. Yes, the ruby. Yeah, the biggest volume of the day right there. Yes. What a move. I don't know if there's any I don't know if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news for ruby. And there's a sort of a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart also. Okay, guys, eyes over 8 again. Another oil energy stock, LBRT, making a new high. I think eyes is going to be really interesting in the last hour. I mean, it's not going to take a genius to realize it's going to do one of two things. It's going to rip higher or it's going to give it all up. There's no way it's just going to stay here. Well, here's a really interesting one. Okay, another energy play. Look how much room this one has. Pump. Wow, pump has a lot of room. Where's the high right there is 1212, so it's above that high. Look left on the monthly chart. The next high is way up here at 1811. Let's check that weekly chart to make sure. Boy, this has got a ton of room, this pump, P-U-M-P. I'm not saying it's going to keep going, but this is a very, very interesting looking chart, P-U-M-P. It hasn't really traded that much. Only 500,000 shares, 71 million in the float. A little bit more than normal, and that's it. No screen is loading from Barry's link to the trading room. What exactly are you talking about, Rob? Are you talking about trying to load one of my scans? So, Rob, can you hear me? Can you answer me? What are you talking about exactly when you say no screen is loading? Yeah, so I need more information. Oh, you can't see my screen. That's interesting. Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody can still see my screen. It must be, hopefully it's just you. So guys, can you see my screen still? Just want to give me a yes. Can you guys hear me? I'm not getting any response. So, okay, first of all, can you hear me and see my screen? I need a couple of yeses if you can hear me and see my screen. I'm talking about in this room here. I'm not getting any response either. Can you hear me and see my screen? In YouTube, I think it's okay. I want to see him in the other room. No. No. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I know on YouTube. I know. Okay. I know you guys can see. Yes. 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 I know you guys can. Okay. My mic is on. Okay. Just let me let me try something here. All right, guys. So I know okay, you guys in YouTube can hear me. I get that, but yeah, there's something going on in this trading room. I might have to exit and come back in myself. So hopefully that'll. Okay, now I'm going to come back in. All right, how's that, guys? Hopefully you can hear me now. Now I'm just going to start the screen sharing. All right, are we back to normal? Please say yes. Okay, good. Okay. Thank you, Rob. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't realize it. Normally, this is my icon for the microphone, and it was not grayed out, so I had no idea. And this is my icon for sharing, and it was not grayed out either, so I had no idea. And YouTube was fine, but in this room, it wasn't. Okay, we are back to normal, and the SPY is still in tremendous recovery mode. Boy, this what a recovery. Let's take a look at the Qs and see what sort of recovery we've had on the Qs. Look at this huge bottoming tail right there. I mean, underneath 300. Now, let's see, this is just one day. Let's see if we can get a couple of days next week and start to recover. Keep an eye on FLGT, guys. I know some of you will play this. Look at FLGT. Look at where it is. Almost over 100 again. This has probably had the widest range, well, certainly percentage-wise. Maybe not. I guess eyes would have. But I mean, look at this. 119 after hours yesterday, all the way down to almost 80 this morning, and then almost a $20 comeback here. So what a range. Why? Look at the float. 13.9 million in the float. Crazy, crazy low float for a $100 stock. That's why you can have these wild swings though. Meanwhile, pump, it's pumping. Remember I was just talking about YQ? When was I talking about it? When it was 12:10, I think. So look at it now. So watch this one, assuming the market keeps moving. Look at YQ, what it's doing. This is why there's obviously a reason, but this is why the market can be kind of crazy. I mean, look how well Kroger was trading when the market was dropping. Now that the market is moving higher, it's fading badly. Had earnings yesterday. I mean, the earnings obviously were reasonable. That was a reasonable reaction. And then looked like a great follow through. All sorts of room here. And this is going counter to the market. So the oil plays are still hot, after a bit of a dip, like this was happening with the market, but NOV never got negative. Most of these did not get negative, did not close, or did not get below yesterday's close. They were just drifting down, but now they're all still hot again. Look at these moves. This is like pump. High right there is 1653. So, this is just like pump. Like a lot of these energy plays will probably look like this. And look at Buzz. So this is again looking at 75 high caps, large cap stocks. The ETF that launched yesterday. And so this was, doing what the market's doing. So you want to play the market, you can play Buzz. Look at Hun. Let's take a look at Hun. Well, it's reversing with the market. Obviously, JB. So, you could catch this, but you're watching. Look, it's the mirror image of the market. Right there. The market. So, if the market stopped here and it moved down, that's exactly what would have happened here too. So, you're watching this play, but you're also having to watch the market. So, this is not trading on its own, is what I'm saying. This is now, turning into my favorite day, though I was really enjoying shorting everything. But now this is turning into the favorite day, the big gap down, and then the solid recovery for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a little over 2 hours now. Oops. Well, guys, pump, pump, pump. Well, I won't do it now, but my goodness, this Kroger really has me perplexed. So here, maybe a support right around 34. Let's see if that 34 holds. Excuse me. Pump, pump, pump. Look at the volume that just came in. It's 32,000. It looks, but it's pretty dramatic compared to the other volume bars for the day. This looks like it'll turn into the biggest. Well, maybe not. It just closed. That looks like the biggest one on the 15, but certainly. Oh, you don't have to have the AI trading for you at all. Of course. We don't recommend it trading for you. We recommend using, here are the signals today. You can choose how you want to trade them. Absolutely. Is that what you mean? Well, how you use them will be up to you. I mean, you have a real-time alert, you have a stop. How you're going to trade this is up to you. I mean, these are automatically generated. You don't have to do anything. So, but again, how you are going to trade them will be up to you. You don't have to let it run automatically, that's for sure. Okay? Do you have our premium service? Okay, so do you have this window open? Okay, so again, how you trade these will be up to you. You don't have to get in right on the penny of the alert. You can always watch it, see how it's trading a little bit. Remember, these are not designed to make 2 or 3 cents. So, I mean, a lot of people get so hung up. You get an entry at, 37.50 for a short of LPI. And by the time, maybe you can get it after looking at it, maybe it's 37.40. It's dropped a dime. It's not a big deal. And I'm not just talking to you. Obviously, he doesn't listen to me at 10:30 real. No, 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 no. This is not. This has nothing to do with trading. This is just a real-time alert. What you do with it is up to you. When I don't understand when you say traded. Okay, this is nothing. I mean, you don't have to auto trade. You don't have to do anything. You can use this like a watch list all day long. So I don't understand what you mean by after it has traded. This is just an alert, just like any other alert. Forget it. Oh, well, this is just taking it's just taking the aggregate of what has happened to date. But at the very beginning of the day, of course, this is a blank screen, and you just trade the alerts as you want. It's just showing what would happen if you did this. Okay, that's all that is. I would, just... So when you say traded, it's just showing you what would happen if you were still in some of these trades, that's all. Well, this doesn't look good for eyes, guys. The eyes don't have it. This looks like this is going to be, listen, anything can happen if it holds this area, maybe 6 or something. You might get some support, and then who knows, maybe it pops up again, but... Yeah, where are you talking, Josh? I mean, that's open, low, high, and close. That's what OLHC means, but where are you talking? No, thank you, thread. No, thank you. A brute force tool. No, thanks. Yeah, so unfortunately we cannot refer to the previous bars for a stop loss. I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Um, if you're talking about in auto trade mode or something like that, we can't refer to the previous bars. If you're just, but I think what he's talking about though is, okay, let's say you got into this trade right here. Okay, and so, I mean, that's not a great example. Trying to find a good example. Say you got into this OCUL right here. You might, now these are pretty narrow, so you might put a stop right there, 1762, the low of that bar. Okay, I mean, that's one way of doing it. That's a 15-minute, so that'd be a pretty wide stop. Sometimes it'll be a 5-minute. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, there's all sorts of different trading styles. Obviously, if you're using a 5-minute bar, the previous 5-minute bar as a stop, your stop will be a lot tighter. So you may get stopped out more. But the risk reward might be a lot more because your stop is tighter. So if the stock really moves, your risk reward will be more. Wow, guys, SIFY. Look at the volume that just came in. But it's pretty erratic. I mean, look, we had this big pop, and then what did it get up to? It got up to 406. It's a pretty big drop, percentage-wise, back down to 362, and now the pop again. Oh, guys, well, look what also happened too. They came in my. You guys might want to reduce it to 300, okay? Even though, but why it should have shown up in the 400. I know I might be confusing you guys, but this might take a while to refresh or something. But you know what? If you want, you can reduce the level in your option. If you want, you don't have to. I've reduced it from 500 down to 400. This is percent. So this, I put this one here just to see if I mean, obviously we'd catch things earlier, but I didn't want to catch a lot of things earlier that we wouldn't want to see for the rest of the day. So this is what I did. I put the option percent at 300% instead of 400, just to see. So for instance, there's the SIFI at 406, and what did it get up to? 446. I mean, some of these are really quick. Guys, again, if you're following this FLGT, look at Fulgent right here, right over 100, or it was anyway. It was briefly just over 100. Listen, if this gains any traction, I mean, this could easily start to fill in this area up to the 110 area. It's like everybody is abandoning eyes and now going after SIFI. But look at the difference in the float. I mean, it's still a great move, 57% with 122 million shares in the float. That's a lot of shares in the float for, this price of a stock. But it did have the news. I mean, Blackstone, what was their percent? So they're in talks. This is a report that they are in talks to acquire a minority stake in SFI. So this has not been confirmed, I guess. So yeah, so this is a huge rumor. You know, when you see things, well, this is what I'm talking about. So, you just have to read it. It said the people who asked not to be identified because the talks are private. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, but which is one reason why I would not swing that one. Well, let's see now. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here, around almost $7. Probably the same on the monthly. I'm sorry, $6. I swear it's like everybody is getting out of eyes and putting it in this one, into SIFI. And with that float, I mean that's impressive. I mean, it was obviously on the radar. Look at the pre-market action, so you knew, and they had the news about Blackstone, so it was on the radar. But it looked like it might have been over right around here, but it didn't really get going until 1:15. Really late, like really late. And it is shortable also. I think when I last looked, it had, yeah, so shorts are being snapped up a little bit here. I think the last time I looked, there were 330,000 shares. Now there were 200,000 shares at Interactive Brokers anyway. And we're talking about SIFI. Well, breaking through the magic 5. All right, well, let's look at the daily. 537 is the next high looking left on that daily chart. Yeah, the shorts are getting killed. I mean, depending where, well. And it's interesting because eyes, at least for me, had no shorts. And SIFI has shorts, but those shorts are a lot of times when a company has no shorts, Stock has no short. At least at Interactive Brokers, I can't speak for other brokers. You won't get such a fall like this because the shorts have not been able to pile on. Whereas with SIFY and Interactive Brokers anyway, lots of shorts available. Maybe now they're piling in. I don't know. It's risky, guys. I mean, you get a stock in a superb play like this, turns on a dime also on the way up. All right, guys, FLGT looks like 100 has been rejected. So again, some of you like playing these more expensive ones. And so this might be, this might be it. Voyager, let's take a look at Voyager, Anthony, or Michael, sorry. Yeah, I just not attractive to me. Not saying it's not going to move, it's just not what I kind of look at. Oh, was this short? Oh my goodness, that was shortable also. Just can't pay enough attention. Look at Ruby. Ruby was shortable also. For me, look at that drop. 15, 12, 15, 13. All right, how much volume here? Not enough volume, really. Looking to short some of these tops here that are outside the Bollinger Band. There's MIRM. What's the high yesterday? Was 1782-ish. Ugh, that's a terrible spread, sorry. 1716, 1742, terrible spread. I mean, it did move down, but... Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I know you heard me clumping down the stairs. Eyes is really giving it up. And the market, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what the SPY is really going to do here. The red bar right now, we haven't had one in about 2.5 hours, so there's a red bar. You know, it would be pretty bearish if it took that out right underneath like it's trying to. Look at this. Well, let's see. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, guys, again, I mentioned this one, the FLGT, for those of you liking these sort of more expensive plays. I mean, it, you know, got rejected at 100. Who knows where this is going? I mean, it got all the way down to $80. And it looks like it wants to keep going down. FLGT. OTRK, let's see, OTRK. Yeah, very nice. So I mentioned Kroger may be holding 24, or sorry, 34. And it's right here. Let's see. It got down to what, 34.12? But it's weak. It's just sort of weak. It's sort of, I don't know. So again, I guess we can say this is definitely a winner from, I don't know what IMAX did. 24.16, did it do anything? 24.16, not really. Got up to 24.24. But look at this, 406 on the alert from the options. 406, almost straight up even on the two. Up to 524. That's an amazing percentage move. All right, so Buzz is really, I mean, basically it's a SPY. I don't know if it's easier to trade than the SPY. It's cheaper, of course, but there's Buzz. There's the SPY. Not shortable yet. Not shortable at Interactive Brokers anyway. Might take a couple of days. Yeah, it's nice to be able to make a up and down real. Wow, that FLGT, guys, I mean, it's just I'm fascinated to see where this actually ends up. Anybody take this on the short when it could not break 100? Well, it broke 100 briefly. Really? On a short? I was talking short, of course. Oh, I see. Okay, well, you weren't listening to me then. Okay, Christopher. Glad it's working out. Market's helping right now. Though this was falling, I think this was falling. Yeah, this is starting to fall a little before. I mean, there's a red bar there. That was still green on the SPY. So this is, but it's going to be erratic. Now there is, argument right there. I mean, the 8 EMA is crossing over the 20 SMA. That is, in theory, down here is a bit of a bullish sign. Okay, so be aware of that. But that happened, and when that happened, it did pop. Somebody, Henry in the YouTube feed mentioned IPWR. Yeah, stick an alert just underneath 16. It's not above the Bollinger Band though, the 5 minutes. So we'd have to get quite a bit further up, right? As you're saying, 1647, way up here. Well, pump is not. Wow, look at that pullback though. So 1286 down to 1264. It's pretty dramatic for me. But pump is back up. PUMP. Well, I'm glad they're working for you, Christopher. Yeah, have really have my doubts that people are going to pile in again. I mean, I may be wrong on the eyes, but this is a pretty brutal drop. From 10 to 570. That's a pretty brutal drop. Not confidence inspiring. In the market, well, Let's just see what this market's going to do. I think this is a level 379 for it to try to hold. All right, guys, 217. So Friday afternoon. Not getting too many more new alerts. Well, this is interesting. I'm actually trying to short this one just kind of for fun. FNHC, they won't fill me. And it is shortable. How many shares are available? I went in at 685 and they just wouldn't, a lot of shares, almost 800,000 shares. Wonder why they wouldn't fill me. Just one of those. I'm just it's way outside the Bollinger Band. That's all. I thought I'd try a little short on this one and the FNHC, but they won't fill me. Maybe it's a good thing. Yeah, Can Trader, you are our small cap specialist, sub $1. So this is way outside your range normally. I know. And I know it's a she. All right, guys, I'm just checking out a couple of things here. Hertz, is it still around? Yeah, you're right. It is an OTC stock now, isn't it? All right, guys, maybe eyes is bouncing. Maybe. You know, it's come off this level here. Maybe. I think it would have to take out 617. And then it would probably have to take out, and then it has a shot to get to 670. Maybe. I'm going to stick an alerter on 618. Look at that volume, 590 million. What's the time? 2:30. So we have about an hour and a half left in the market. So this will probably trade 700 million, which would be 100 times normal, 100 times the float, 100 times the float. Let that sink in. 100 times the float. Again, I don't know if that's a record, but if it isn't a record, it's got to be in the top two. Well, I'm just saying, Bruce, on the eyes. If you look at eyes right now, I'm going to project that it's going to trade 700 million shares maybe by the end of the day. Well, all it actually has to do is trade another 30 million. The float's only 6.2 million. So 100 times the float. 100 times the float. A 100 times the float. You know, it'd be interesting to know what the record is. There it goes, guys. Come on. 732. Took that out. When I say come on, I don't mean come on by it. I'm sorry. Don't read into that. I'm sorry. I just kind of laid it out what it could do, and now the next area is 672. Yeah, that heavy Canadian accent, yes. Okay, so guys, if you took it, just be really aware of this level right here, around 665-ish, okay? I mean, this might be just giving us a quick scalp, okay? Just be really aware of this level right there. You know, look at the 2-minute chart. A couple of tops right there, so. Yeah, I mean, you've got to be nimble on this because you know, a lot of scared people right here, and then they're looking. They're trying. Well, it depends. I mean, if you were holding on here and all through this, I mean, then you're not a trader. Look at Bitcoin, guys. GBTC, Bitcoin, taking a little pop here. So what is Mara doing? Mara is probably not doing the same thing. How about Riot? No, not really. So maybe they're lagging. Maybe they're going to lag a little bit. Keep an eye on GBTC. If this move continues on that 15, you know, Mara and Riot may catch up. Well, it comes and goes. Yeah, Riot and Mara are not shortable right now. Yeah, comes and goes. I know Mara was shortable, not necessarily today, but you're right. It's the well for me anyway. In the Interactive Brokers, it's the big red dot. Okay, guys, the moment of truth right there. I mean, look what it did. I mean, right to the almost penny. 669. What's the high here? 673 and 668. So right here, pops through that. This could have another run to the 7 mark. Did I type that in wrong then? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. What happened is it had lagged the GBTC. Yeah, Mara is shortable. Yes, lots of shares. I thought so. I don't think Riot. I can't remember when Riot was. I mean, even in those early days, when Riot was going crazy and Mara was going crazy. We have to go back here, I guess. Back in 2017, it was never shortable. I don't know if Riot has ever been shortable on IB's platform. Okay, guys, be careful on the eyes. I mean, we're getting a couple of tops right there. Look at that 2-minute chart. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. We get some volume. I mean, you get some volume through here. Like a big volume bar, like a big volume bar, than 5 minute or something, just to pop it right through. Then it really could have a chance to start running again. Talking about the eyes. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how that works. I mean, it's only 4 minutes. I mean, that is just, there's a 2-minute candles or a 2-minute chart. So it's only 4 minutes. But a lot of times, I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to stall there forever. Well, look at this. Okay, the SPY is not giving it up. We could have a nice move right to the end of the day. 2:30 right now, guys. So I'll be shutting the room down pretty soon, about half an hour or less. If you guys let me leave a little early. Been a fun week. I haven't done as much shorting. I did more shorting this week than I've done probably in the last couple of months. No, no more golf for me. Unfortunately. A real never miss a moment to dig at me, right? Never miss a moment. Well, this is sort of interesting. Look at this one, this crazy one. I don't think I've ever heard of this one before. Jam F. Out of U.S. stock, Jam F. It had earnings actually after hours. After hours yesterday, no real reaction. Market, of course, did this, and now it's popping. I'm actually looking to see for a short here. All right, guys. Well, as you know, somewhat predicted, that was it for eyes. It could not break out of that area right there. Okay, so this OCUL, kind of interesting. I mean, look at the, it dropped down below 18. It's now hanging at 18 again. The high yesterday was 1816. So, if it could take out 1816, then the next high looking left is way up here at 1935. Decent volume, 1.7 times normal, not extraordinary, but moving with the market. As long as if the market continues like this, and guess what? Ocular. Now, what is ocular? Was that a fancy word for eyes? So, if you're understanding where I'm where I'm coming from on that. And look at that bottoming tail. I mean, down to $16, right up here. I mean, there's the high looking left. It's right at that high for OCUL. I mean, this could have a little bit of a run. After hours yesterday, it got up to almost 20. And there was some news. Announced a supplemental new drug application for et cetera, has been accepted for review by the FDA. So that was the news for it. That actually was after hours. That's why it popped up here. Could not hold. Well, there's the bounce for Kroger, guys. Remember I was saying, could 34 hold at this area right there? So what did it get down to? It got down to 34.13, and these lows are right around 34. So it got within about 13 cents of that, what I would call some support in the pre-market, and it bounced off that. Boy, this one is not stopping. NOV, energy play, lots of room looking left. If energy keeps moving, a lot of these are just going to keep filling in this gap. I'm just looking at these two, Riot and Mara, to see whether or not on the 15 they're looking kind of the same. A little bit for Bitcoin. So there's Riot. I think the left vein in, or the vein in Real's left part of his forehead is probably pulsating right now. Serenity now, yes. We're like an old married couple, you and me, Real. Well, this is not bad, except it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. So let's take a look at CNSL. You know, coming right into the 200-day moving average. Will this stall it and then move down? Thing is I'm done. I'm really not looking to do anything more. There's our RCI, little break on the 15s, guys. Actually, pretty interesting. What did NCLH find? I know it did the financing. Did it bounce back? A little bit, all the way down to 26. How about CCL? All right, guys, what I'm going to do is closing the room at 3 o'clock. Put the announcements in. Just go over my homepage one last time. Thank you, Thomas. No good eve. Good eves, you could have said. Well, look at eyes, guys. Eyes it now is back up over that area. So it's right there again. I mean, it's choppy. But again, this could get it going again. Okay, so just to quickly look at my homepage, okay? So if you click on my homepage tab right there, you can save this link, okay? Because there's a lot of information. You can save the link. A lot of information. You get the trade of the week, my recaps, but you know, probably the most popular part are the scans. So you can, you know, you save the link and then you can look at the scans whenever you want. And then all the education, you know, you can look at the education when you want. So a lot of information from my homepage. And of course, how to take out a subscription. Right here using a promo code 15% off either the first month or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay, Gypsy Trader. Well, now eyes is getting interesting again. Now over 7. Well, the next level up here, well, you could argue that 8. And some volume came in. Remember I said, it needs some volume to push through that, and we got the volume. Didn't get it here. See, look at the volume right there. It was decreasing, and it was dropping, and then the volume came in, and that got it moving again. And there it goes. Yes. Just got the alert for it. Bit of a spread issue, 1580, 1602. I don't know what it was up here, but bit of a spread issue for IPR, or IPWR. I don't think William would have taken it. Never got above the 5-minute Bollinger Band. Got to have the volume. I mean, listen, without volume, you can't trust the move. Now, just because you get volume, is it 100% surety that it's going to do it, move higher? No, but I can almost guarantee with no volume. I mean, listen, you'll get times where you have no volume and it keeps moving higher. But I would say that 80% of the time, I'll just throw that number out. If you have no volume on a pop, it'll just come right back down. So I think that's a major problem with a lot of people. They look at a little bit of consolidation, it breaks out, and they take the trade, and then it comes right back down, and they go, well, wait a minute, it broke out of consolidation. But then you look at the volume bar, and it's putrid. There's nothing to it. And the volume is not the like when I talk about volume, I'm not talking about the actual number. I'm talking in relation to previous bars. Always. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a dynamic move, that's, well, obviously usually you'll get a dynamic move if volume pours in. Nice SPY, guys. This has been a nice recovery day, to say the least. No, Trade Ideas does not provide help refining strategies. That's up to you, the backtester. It's an advanced feature. It's got nothing to do with the collaboration. Is just your scan. Okay, it's nothing. It might sound like, well, we're collaborating with you or something like that. No. Okay, so we do not help you in the back test. The back testing is done by very, very few of our customers. You know, there's some that just love to take a strategy and back test it, and then it's up to you, you know, to fiddle around with the filter values that you've got, and or add a filter, subtract a filter, back test again, see if you can get the strategy at a nice win percentage, profit factor. I haven't done it for years. You know, I just don't have the time. It's a painstaking ordeal, my opinion. But some people love to do it. So, Alan, to answer your question, no. Trade Ideas does not provide help refining strategies. We just couldn't do it. You know, there's just too many. We'd be inundated with requests all the time, so there's just no way we could do it. Okay, guys, so unless something really startling happens with eyes, I will not be swinging this one. It would have to get, you know, it would have to get over 9, have to get up into this area, like a really strong close. And then you might see some really strong after hours action even. But as I said before, we run the risk of this company doing a financing. I mean, I'm sure they're a small company, probably desperate for money. Look at this now, guys. So there is 100, just about 100 times the float. 625 million, 6.27 million are in the float. Almost 100 times the float. Is there a way to scan for unusual option activity and combine with other indicators? Sure. I mean, you can add, Scott. I mean, you can. I mean, I don't have very many other indicators, but if you want, you can always add filters. You're talking about filters, not indicators. So I mean, here it is. You know, I only have. You know, there's a normal option right there, 400,000 or 400%, 4 times normal. Minimum 2,000 contracts, 500,000 shares. Current volume's 3. But if you want to add some more filters, the only thing is you may not get very many more alerts. I mean, I'm not getting very many alerts with this. So, but you know, you're obviously welcome to add some filters. It did do all. It did do all that without a halt. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be. There will be financing. I'm just saying that is always a risk for these little ones, especially you know something that's been trading you know basically well $1 to $2 for the longest time. I mean, look at this all down here, and all of a sudden it explodes up to 10. Oh, okay, Scott. I don't know. Have you taken a look at the 20 lessons? If you're new to Trade Ideas, I don't know if you've taken a look at this. Yeah, all the scans that I'm sharing, of course, you can adjust. You can add. You know, this is just what I like to see. You know, but for instance, I use this as an example because the basic new highs and lows is a real basic scan. But you know, for instance, I mean, this is the obvious one. I have a price range of between 1 and 20, but you may have, and anybody else may have a completely different idea of where of the price they want to see. Maybe Maybe you want to see stocks between 50 and 100, 20 and 60, whatever that number is. You can change it. Okay, you might have a different idea about what you want to see for minimum volume. I put 400,000 here because I want to see them early. I mean, I guarantee that the majority of these stocks that by the end of the day will be way over 400,000 shares. But I put that at the beginning. I don't want to put like 4 million shares because by the time we see that, the stock may have already really moved a lot. Look at the eyes now. Wow, this is exciting, guys. This is definitely a nice move. I thought maybe we would have to wait till the power hour, 3 o'clock. Well, again, Scott, this is just what I like to do. Okay, I mean, I won't change. This is a template so all the scans that I'm sharing, this is how I like to trade. But again, you can always adjust. As I was just sort of showing you, the price range. Maybe you want a different volume. Maybe you want to add a filter. Once you get used to trade ideas, going through those 20 lessons. You're obvious. I mean, you can of course adjust any scan that I'm sharing. I probably wouldn't adjust this one because we don't get very many. We don't get very many alerts. The unusually strong options. We just don't get, which is what I want. I don't want a lot of alerts. I want this is really a quality scan versus quantity. This is an impressive move by the market over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 12. So almost 4 hours. My scans are all here. You find my homepage tab right there. And right there, you click on my homepage link. And when you do that, one of the sections, my scans, right here. And you click here, and here's the layout that I'm sharing, which is in essence the layout that you see. And then all the individual scans. And I always like to talk about these 4 right here. The gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These 4 are what I use in the pre-market. Okay, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market when I'm doing my pre-market work. I mean, this is how we identify stocks like the eyes and we didn't know that eyes was going to do what it was going to do, but this is where you start to see the stocks that may have the potential to move once the market opens in a big way. Well, it's in neither. Can you not see? Okay, so Stratman, can you not see that link, that tab up here? It's called Barry's homepage. Can you see this? If you scroll up, I guess I just don't know where I see these tabs all the time. I know people say, well, I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I see them all the time, so I'm not sure. So I'm just not sure if you can't see it, why you can't see it. But you know what I'll do? Instead of torturing you, if you can't see it. Oh, I see. Okay. Get a bigger computer or a bigger screen. I'll pop the link in for you, okay? I won't torture you anymore. Okay, there's the link. Well, I cut off the B, but there's the link right there, okay? And just click on the link, and then you'll just go to the scan section. How come on my SPY chart I have a red and green background? Okay, I guess this is what Dan was talking about. It's going to be a little more highlighted, I guess. Maybe it shows up more on the dark charts. Let me just see here. Problem is I do like the... No, not really. Are you talking about this? You talking about that red and that green? This is these are okay. There's a smart stop down there. So if you took the SPY right now, that's a suggested area. You know, for the smart stop, that's that red area. Okay, and it gets faded because I mean in theory they're suggesting if you go long, you know, then it starts to fade down here, and then this is the green area as the target. Yeah, well, that's what you get, of course, with a 6.7 million float or 6.2 million float. That's what you get. All right, guys. I think that unless there are any other questions, I'm going to wrap this up. Been a fun week. And you can save the link, okay? Obviously, save the link so you can check out those scans over the weekend if that's what you want to do. And all the other things. I've got a lot of information on my homepage. One more question? Sure, go ahead. I'll stick around. If there are questions, I will stick around. Is it limited on order types? Okay, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. You can go long or you can go short of a, you know, so if I click METX and I want to go long, I just buy it. I got to do this though. Okay, I can buy it. Now I just went long. Oh, I see, market. No, you can go in at a price, any price you want. Okay. I see what you mean. You can go in at market or you can pick a price. Okay. I mean, it's probably you leave it on market just in case the spread's not bad. So you can do like, you know, MedX was 239, 240. So going in at market is no big deal. It's only a penny spread. But you know, you can pick the price if you want. Yeah, and you can get a little more fancy, you know, by setting up your own buying. And let me, if you haven't seen this video, let me just throw this video at you, okay? Okay, so you watch that video. So you can get a little bit fancy and start setting up your own buying and shorting options, okay, which we call one-click trading. You know, you watch that video. And in doing that, let me just show you one. And if you're not familiar with the limit offset, so here's where you get a little more adventuresome, we'll say. So let's just say we get an alert at 274, but you know it's a fast-moving stock, and even if you're trying to auto trade it, get it right at that price, you can't get it. How far outside will you take the trade? So, I mean, this is a big one. It rarely goes 15 cents, but I would, in theory, take this trade all the way up to 289. In theory, okay, that's what that minus 15 does. Well, yes, it is the fastest, but I mean, I would be watching what the spread is, okay? Because if you're going to use this for real world situations, you do not want to go into the, you don't want to take a market order if you've got like a 15, 20 cent spread. Okay, that's when you want to start picking and choosing the price a little bit more, or just not taking that trade. But I mean, if the spread is, a couple of pennies, 2 or 3 pennies, I mean, it's not that big a deal. No, I can't do that, RB. The room has to be monitored, so. Well, the spread is, from your broker. I mean, this is, Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something like this. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's the spread, 243, 244, okay? I mean, your broker has the spread. All right, guys. I think that's it. I do not see any other questions. So going once, going twice. Well, that's a wrap for this week. Exciting. Thanks a lot for all the help this week, everybody. A lot of fun. And I'll open the room on Monday morning, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So before I do that, completely sign off, I have to make a little change. I will have a great weekend. I love Friday nights and Saturday. I always say that to my wife. Friday night, well, we know we don't have to work tomorrow. Saturday, we don't have to work the next day. I don't like Sundays. I love being in the room. Don't get me wrong, but it's great to have a break. Okay, everybody, I'm just going to put the message in, and that's it. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday morning. That is not the same as the distance inside the market, Ija. No. Okay, guys.